President Bullikus, live stream is now active. You may turn on your mic and start the meeting.
Good afternoon and welcome to the April 21st, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 4:06 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2930, issued on March 17, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. The boardroom is now open to the public. For the safety and well-being of others in attendance, all are required to wear a mask and social distancing practices are being followed. The public is also allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Please note, staff has pulled closed session agenda item 3G1, Public Employee Employment Appointment, Assistant Superintendent, Curriculum and Instruction, Education, and Support Services. Mrs. Hayes, please call the roll.
Trustee Bronstein. Trustee Bullikus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here.
Before the board recesses to closed session, there is one person who has asked to speak. Could we please have Rocky Brown on the line?
Coach Brown, your line is live. Mr. Brown, your mic is on mute.
Oh, it sure was. I apologize about that. That happened in our last game too. Okay, first, Ms. Bronstein, I just want to apologize that San Juan Hills could not bring home a varsity win. We're going to get that corrected, and we're looking forward to really getting better as a football team. But we did win on the JV level. That was our last game of the season, so that we did end on a positive note. And hopefully, we can get after the rest of the guys, rest of the teams in here. And Ms. Davis, congratulations to the loud crowd in San Clemente for beating us. That's all I'm going to say about that. Next, I just wanted to say that I'm really looking forward to continuing to work with my middle school PE colleagues on getting a good plan, for having students to return to PE in person. I think we've made a lot of progress as far as that goes for tying our lessons into standards and tying them into content and language objectives. And we're really looking forward to rolling that out for when they return. So I just appreciate from the board the opportunity to do that. And we will continue to work towards that end. Next, I'm also hoping too that as far as the board is concerned, that the curriculum that will be decided on for the next board meeting will be made available for all parents to view. And it's also my hope too, that parents will be given some sort of say in all the curriculum that's decided upon, whether that say be by survey or some other means. Because I know there's a lot of stuff in there that my wife and I as Christian parents have continued to look at, and we do have some concerns. But we're hopeful that we can work together with the board to not only give good, public education to our students, of course, but to also meet the concerns of parents that are similar to us. So thank you in advance for that. And then last but not least, I do have a shout out to two shout outs actually, to Mr. Bogle and his awesome staff at Oso Grande Elementary, where my son goes, and to Mr. Wellickson and his equally awesome staff at Essentia. Both of these gentlemen have just done a fantastic job of communicating with us as parents, communicating with their students and with their teachers about all of the changes that have just gone on this year. And I just really want to applaud the efforts of Mr. Bogle and Mr. Wellickson. And yes, we did give some muffins to Mr. Bogle. Mr. Wellickson, I'm not that good with making tons of muffins, so I kind of ran out, but I'm going to get, something for him the next time I see him, because obviously he's a good friend of mine. So thank you to those two gentlemen. Thank you for your time, folks. Have a great day.
Thank you, Rocky. Have a good evening. The board will now recess to closed session to address the following agenda items: public health emergency consultation with agency counsel, Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 8 cases. Significant exposure to litigation, 1 case. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, significant exposure to litigation, 2 cases. Conference with real property negotiators, property Pacifica San Juan. Second property, South Transportation and Groundskeeping Facility. Conference with labor negotiators, CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, CUMA, unrepresented employees, associate superintendents. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, 1 case. Public employee employment appointment, executive director, curriculum and instruction, general and special education, 6 through 12, ATP. Public employment and evaluation of performance, superintendent. The board will now recess to close session. And as you all heard, we've got a busy schedule. We'll see you back at open session. Thank you.
President Bullicus, live stream is now active. You may turn on your mic and open the meeting.
Good evening and welcome to the April 21st, 2021 regular board meeting of the Capistrano Unified School District. The meeting is now in session and the time is 7:10 p.m. Due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with Governor Newsom's Executive Order N-2930 issued on March 17, 2020, the board members have the option to attend the meeting and take action on any item telephonically. I'd like to say at this point, all 7 trustees are here with us in the boardroom tonight. The boardroom is now open to the public for the safety and well-being of the others in attendance. All are required to wear a mask and social distancing practices are being followed. The public is also allowed to participate in this board meeting telephonically. Prior to this meeting, the district posted a link for you to call in if you wish to address the board on any agenda item this evening. Please note that staff has made a revision to agenda item number 12. Consider and approve job descriptions. Copies are available at the back of the room and on the district website. I also need to bring to the attention of our trustees, I will need you after this meeting to return to closed session for just 1 minute before we leave this evening. Mrs. Hayes, could you please call roll?
Student Advisor Bhaskar.
Here.
Trustee Bronstein.
Here.
Trustee Bullicus.
Here.
Trustee Castellanos.
Here.
Trustee Davis.
Here.
Trustee Hanachek.
Here.
Trustee Jones.
Here.
Trustee McNicholas.
Here. May I ask Joy Schneiper if she could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening? Thank you. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Second.
Moved by and seconded by Bronstein. Mrs. Hayes, could you please call roll?
I do believe we call the roll when we adopt the agenda. Trustee Bhaskar.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 with a preferential vote by our student advisor, Bhaskar. Could we please have the report out, Mrs. Hayes, from closed session?
On agenda item 3A, Public Health Emergency, Attorney Tony DeMarco was not in attendance. Attorney Sarah Young was present in his absence. Trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3B, Conference with Legal Counsel, Anticipated Litigation, Attorney Justin Schenefield was not in attendance. Trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following ADR cases. Numbers 2019-1022 M2, 2021-0219, excuse me, let me correct the record on that second number, 2021-0209, 2021-0219, 2021-0223, 2021-0302, 2021-0304, 2021-0305, 2021-0317. On agenda item B9, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3C, Conference with Legal Counsel, Existing Litigation, Trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation on the following OAH cases: 2020-110724, 2021-010306. On agenda item 3D, conference with real property negotiators. Item D1, trustees gave direction to staff. Item D2, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3E, conference with labor negotiators. Item E1, trustees will recess to closed session immediately following open session to address this topic further. On agenda item E2, trustees gave direction to staff. On agenda item 3F, public employee discipline dismissal release, trustees voted 7-0 to approve staff recommendation. On agenda item G1, Assistant Superintendent Curriculum Instruction, Education, and Sports Services. As a reminder, staff pulled this item from the agenda. On agenda item G2, trustees voted 7-0 to appoint Meg Ervase, Executive Director, Curriculum and Instruction, General and Special Education, 6-12, grades 6 through 12, Adult Transition Program. On agenda item 3H, Public Employment and Evaluation of Performance, trustees gave direction to staff. This concludes the report.
Thank you, Mrs. Hayes. I'd like to recognize Kirsten Vital-Brulte, our superintendent, for comments to start off this evening.
Great. First, congratulations to Meg Ervase, our new Executive Director for Secondary. We welcome her. We're excited to have her supporting principals and students, teachers, and classified staff from the district office. So good evening and welcome to our meeting. So nice to see so many of you here. So whether you're online or in person, we're grateful for your partnership and support as we continue to work to support our 47,000 students in CUSD. I want to begin by thanking our PTA Ledge team for their incredible work monitoring public education legislation and lobbying with us, our state and federal representatives, around the clock. I can say without a doubt that having our CUC PTSA by our side this last year has helped us tremendously in terms of funding for our school district and flexibility and requirements for state and national testing mandates. Our CUSD Board of Trustees will review and discuss our testing plan this evening, and we'll share out the details on the final plan once it is approved. I also want to share some celebrations and appreciations this evening. On Monday after spring break, district office staff arrived to find the most wonderful welcome. Our entrance was covered with hundreds of pinwheels and a huge sign saying, "Thank you, CUSD." I spent some time down at the entrance taking pictures and speaking to our team as they came back to the office. We were overwhelmed by the gesture and so grateful. You can find the picture on Facebook and Instagram at Capo Unified. After some investigating, we found out that San Juan Hills High School PTA President Corey Kinch was behind the thank you message, stating that it represented the feelings of many parents in our district. We took our pictures and shared them with all of our teachers, classified staff, and administrators who have done such great work this year to keep our schools open and safe. So today I say thank you for the thank you. Today is also Administrative Professionals Day, and I want to thank all of the incredible employees who serve in this role to support our schools and here in our district. We could not do this work without you, and I want you all to know how grateful we are. We'll be celebrating more of our employees in the month of May, so more to come. Many of you may know that Ava August, one of our Dana Hills High School students, made it to a top contestant on American Idol, making it into the top 12. So incredible for Ava. We're so proud of Ava. Read more about her and her American Idol journey on CUSD Insider. Finally, I want to celebrate a closer return to a normal school day beginning next Monday, April 26th. I want to thank District Cape team, including CUEA President Joy Schnapper, CSEA President Rhonda Whalen, Sam Carlin of Teamsters, Assistant Sup Greg Merwin, Associate Superintendent Tim Brooks, and Assistant Superintendent Rich Montgomery for the partnership and collaboration for making plans so quickly as health and safety guidelines changed. I also want to thank our teachers and classified staff and administrators for their incredible work, extreme flexibility, and grace in this challenging year. I know that our students and families are very grateful. We opened our classrooms in September, and we did more as a school district to support our students and families than almost every other large school district in the state. Our mission is to prepare our students to meet these challenges of a rapidly changing world. You did rock star work this year, keeping our commitments to our 47,000 students, and for that, I am grateful. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Let me open it up for trustees. Do we have any trustee comments this evening? Krista Castellanos.
Yes, thank you, President Bulkus. I appreciate it. I just wanted to take a moment. I had an opportunity to attend last night the ANHS Parent Ed that was hosted by our PTSA. And it was, many of you have heard her speak. Her name is Amy Neville, and she is a local Aliso Viejo mom who lost her 8th grade son to fentanyl poisoning. So although her presentation is heartbreaking and very difficult to sit through, actually makes it's hard to talk about right now. It's powerful, and I consider myself a pretty educated parent when it comes to things like this, and I've learned a tremendous amount from Amy. So I think it's a valuable resource for our students and our families, and I know that the presentation was recorded and then sent out to our families. So I'm hoping that maybe we can work in getting that presentation spread wider throughout the district, because it is an amazing presentation to see. So she has developed a foundation under her son's name, Alexander Neville, and they do a lot of work. She has now become an advocate and learning about the dangers of fentanyl. It goes, I think a lot of parents in this room, it would be, it's some very disturbing information, but it's knowledge, and knowledge brings power. So it's things that our students and our families need to know about. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm sure we can probably get that on our district website for the ease of families. Do we have any other comments?
I do,
Amy Hanachek?
Martha, if you want to
Go
go
ahead.
down the way, either
Oh.
way.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, I didn't see your hand.
You're ready.
I have a red light. No. Martha, do you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay.
I've heard Amy Neville's presentation too. She did it at both Niguel Hills and Dana Hills, and it is very powerful. It's very, Alex would have been a freshman this year at Dana, so. Different subject. Trustees received an update on the status of the operations at San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station this last week. I serve on the SONGS Community Engagement Panel. The primary focus of the SONGS strategic plan, now that the spent fuel is in dry cask storage, the primary goal of the strategic plan is to move spent fuel off to an off-site storage facility or repository. Realizing that that is the responsibility of the federal government, a coalition has been developed called the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now Coalition, co-chaired by Orange County Supervisor Lisa Bartlett and San Diego County Supervisor Jim Desmond. The intention of this coalition is to provide a platform for advocacy, encouraging the federal government to actually support solutions. I would like to propose to bring back to this board a resolution in supporting the Action for Spent Fuel Solutions Now coalition, which I will try to write and would like it to agendize for the May board meeting. And I would appreciate support or input from any other trustees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Martha. And I want to echo Superintendent Vital's words. Yippee, we're getting closer to a return to a normal school day. And that really COVID has shown a light on how important it is to most of our parents that we have our kids in school, in person, in front of that, with a dedicated teacher in front of them. It has also highlighted the district's continually expanding role and responsibility for families and community, as Krista has pointed out, to support student achievement by providing high levels of academic and social development, along with providing foundation for mental and physical health, personal growth, and schools that are safe and free from violence and bullying. And because our district is a significant factor in student health and well-being, members of our community often seek our leadership and commentary on the far too many acts of violence and injustice that plague this country. In an April 25th, 2018, Trustee Patricia Holloway presented a resolution 1718-46 regarding school safety and safe learning environments. And on June 24th, 2020, this board passed resolution 1920-63, Fight Against Intolerance, Racism, and Discrimination. And I want to thank staff for creating a new webpage, There Is No Place for Hate, as a repository for our work. And I would like to see Patricia Holloway's resolution housed there as well. And for articulating a stronger message around our commitment to equality, diversity, inclusion, tolerance, and human and civil rights for all. That said, I recognize that for many, these resolutions cannot serve as that one and done. That without reiteration or a specific statement, for example, a direct announcement of the current heinous acts of racism against Asian American and Pacific Islander communities, that we fall short. And I would add that I support timely collective responses to events from this board and from the superintendent, such as this particular district that folded a simple statement into their own No Place for Hate page. And it read, "We are deeply saddened by and condemn the stream of violence, abuse, and hate that has been directed toward the Asian American and Pacific Island communities." Words matter. And if a written response brings recognition, comfort, or solace, or feelings of safety to 1 or 10 or 1,000, then that's a good thing, especially when we are supporting kids. But words without actions are meaningless. As a school board member and as a person, I have and will continue to denounce racism and social injustice of any kind. But I too recognize that my words, whether through personal statement or board resolution, are hollow without supporting intentional foundational work embedded in a CUSD school culture that addresses systemic racism, bias, and discrimination, and ultimately fosters the mitigation and removal of any culture of bullying and intolerance that exists on our campuses. My commitment and that of many is to support the work of the CUSD Cultural Proficiency Task Force, CUSD Against Racism, and all our campus anti-bullying and anti-hate organizations. They are profound and they are growing. Implementation of culturally proficient lessons and ADL training, No Place for Hate. My personal goal would be to see this school district recognized as a No Place for Hate public school district. I look forward to our new webpage content being, in the not too distant future, an archival snapshot of this important work that is no longer an imperative, because we would have found the better angels of our nature. So I'll leave with a little Maya. Prejudice is a burden that confuses the past, threatens the future, and renders the present inaccessible. Thank you.
Any other trustee with comments? Okay, student advisor, Anshul Bhaskar.
Good evening. After discussion with ASB presidents and other students, I would like to share some feedback. To begin, the student community has expressed an overwhelming desire to hear a statement from the district and the Board of Trustees addressing and supporting the Asian community in light of the recent Asian hate crimes. Also, on a completely different note, seniors are excited that they're finally getting some senior events and are really looking forward to hearing about the final plans for graduation. Thank you.
Okay, no other oral comments. We will move on to oral communication. And trustees, we have at this time 27 signed up. We recognize sometimes they're not always on the line, but with 27 and given the normal 3-minute, that would be an hour and 20 minutes.
Pardon me, President Bullock, do we not have Superintendent Vital-Roti's comments, or is she not?
Oh, I'm sorry.
She started it. So we have an hour and 20 minutes. And does everybody want to give the full 3 minutes to the comments? Yes?
I think we do need to hear all the comments, and I think we do need to hear all the speakers, and we need just to mind our 3 minutes too.
Okay,
How many commenters was it?
we have 27.
27, okay.
Okay, then we are going to start with Jasmine Islami.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, well, hello everyone. My name is Jasmine and I'm a student here in CUSD. And I'm just here, as the student advisor had said earlier, to press the idea of having a district-wide statement released supporting our Asian community. As many of you know, that during these trying times, hate crimes against the AAPI community have skyrocketed 150%. And our district, although we have not seen that many incidents, must acknowledge all of our Asian families and our Asian community that is built up into this district and just show our support to them. And it's just really important to put it out there that we are behind everything and just all the pain they're going through at this time. And that's all I really wanted to say. So I will surrender my time. And I thank you all for listening to our voices and passing the Cultural Proficiency Task Force and all of the work we've done. So thank you so much. And I hope you take this to heart and support us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carolyn Lee.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Carolyn.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Caroline, and I have 2 children in CUSD. CUSD's lack of statements supporting Asian Americans during this time is truly disheartening. I left a more diverse district to move here, and I'm not sure it was the right choice now. I see friends in neighboring districts receiving words of support for their Asian students, while I'm receiving emails from my district about voting on American Idol. I know many of you may seem to think there's no evidence that there has been anti-Asian hate in the district. I can tell you there are. Your CUSD students who were recently spat on and in a separate incident also told you have coronavirus for nothing more than being Asian. Perhaps if there had been a statement of support with resources, perhaps the parents of the children I mentioned above would have felt safe and empowered to report the incident, because they would know that the administration cares and is truly wanting to help. I'm a credentialed former elementary school teacher and currently a local licensed clinical child psychologist. I have many Asian American clients. If you aren't aware, I can tell you for a fact, there is hurt, there is immense pain, and there's great fear in our community from young to old. As an Asian American mother, the general statement you put out is sorely insufficient. If you have 3 children and one was hurt, crying, and scared, and then you look at all of them and you say, I hope you all don't get hurt, okay? You tell me if that child who is hurt will feel comforted and cared for with that statement. CUSD, the silence is deafening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Vanessa Santos.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Santos, and I have 2 children in the district. One is at Carl Hankey in 3rd grade, and another is in TK at Chaparral Elementary. I first want to say thank you so much for everything you're doing to get our schools open, and I really appreciate all of the hard work and all of the flexibility that requires. I am here to speak to please ask you to take seriously the request to address the AAPI community directly and say that we support them and that we love them and that we care about them. I myself am a white woman, but my husband is Filipino, and I can tell you, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. I can tell you the pain is very real. The fear is very real, and it is really unconscionable to me that the school district can't find the words to just speak out in support of the AAPI community. It reminds me of the silence during Black Lives Movement in the summer, and I just think we need to do better. So please We need to support all of our students and all the different colors of our students and let them know that they have a home here at CUSD. Thank you.
Thank you. Priscilla Hung?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Priscilla Huang. I'm the parent of a Capo student attending the Mandarin Immersion program at Marian Bergeson Elementary School. Anti-Asian hate and racism is not a new phenomenon, but I want to share some data points about the impact it's having on Asian American students and families recently. There was a recent survey by the American Academy of Pediatrics, which found that nearly half of parents and youth reported being directly targeted by COVID-19 racial discrimination online. These were Chinese parents and youth. Researchers also found that higher levels of parent and youth perceived racism and racial discrimination were associated with poorer mental health. Stop AAPI Hate, which is a national self-reporting website that's been documenting anti-Asian hate incidents across the country, issued a youth report last summer. The survey, which was conducted by 100 high school students, found that in California, Asian American high school students are the racial group that is most likely to be bullied. This is in part because some of them are limited English proficient, because of their immigration status, because of their culture and religion. The COVID-19 pandemic and inflammatory political rhetoric have led to even greater verbal harassment of Asian American students, both at school, in public places, and online. And the report also found that almost half of the cases, multiple perpetrators attacked Asian American youth. The report also found that in almost half of the cases, adults were present at the time, but only 10% of these cases did a bystander adult intervene. So either these adults were the perpetrators or complicit in allowing these hate incidents to occur. So these are just data facts from last summer. We're now over a year into the pandemic. There have only been more incidents of racialized violence, and with the county and the state reopening, there will be more. Capo doesn't have to be complicit in allowing these hate incidents to occur. We can start with a statement, but if you can't do that, then the district should be able to offer some resources to parents and students. You can create a web page with links to resources for parents and families about how to talk about anti-Asian racism. You can offer mental health counseling to students and offer specialized racial bullying to your counselors who can reach out and talk to students about anti-Asian bullying. You can use some of the millions of COVID relief funding to provide trainings and support programs. Anaheim.
Thank you so much.
The next speaker is Bethany Padilla.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to be heard. As a San Clemente High School student, I am standing up with the AAPI community, and I am asking my district to respond to the anti-Asian hate crimes that have been happening recently. Again, as we've heard, and as we've seen in the recent year, that it is not enough to be not racist, but we need to actively, constantly be anti-racist. This is seen in our new efforts with our diversified curriculum, and we appreciate these efforts, but right now, AAPI community, our students' mental health is at risk here, their well-being, their safety, and it is much more valuable use of our resources to value their health and value their needs and their wants right now. This is a very urgent issue, and we all want to be united together, and we can do this. This is very in reach for us, and I would just like to ask for you guys to just connect with the student bodies, and yeah, thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Next is Christy Myers-King. We have Christy on the line.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hi, I wanted to address the mask wearing policy. Breathing is one of the most important functions to sustain life and health. I implore everyone to look up the peer-reviewed study put out recently by Stanford University. In a nutshell, it concludes that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective to reduce human-to-human transmission and infectivity of COVID-19, and that wearing face masks have adverse psychological and physiological effects and consequences that are detrimental to our health. The CDC says that it may help reduce exposure. However, the holes between the fibers on a mask are about 1,000 times larger than the virus itself. So whatever help a mask does at holding back a virus is equivalent to throwing sand at a chain link fence. And whatever does get past that fence, according to the CDC, you can still catch through the membranes in your eyes. Breathing your own exhaust causes abnormal low levels of oxygen and excess carbon dioxide in the bloodstream. This depletion trapped air is rebreathed repeatedly. Our children's brains need adequate oxygen to think and learn. Kids will be kids, and self-contamination due to kids dropping them on the floor or on the floorboard of their car, shoving in their backpack, touching their face more often. Then it gets wet or soiled and they don't replace it. And pretty soon they're getting face lesions and acne that's causing more psychological discomfort. And they're breathing these dirty masks with high bacterial particle concentrations, plus low CO2 or low oxygen and high CO2. And it challenges the body's homeostasis. It's causing self-toxicity and immunosuppression. Suppressing the immune system to protect the body from the virus is an oxymoron. The psychological effect of this is so sad and damaging. Humans rely on nonverbal communication and particularly microfacial expressions to read and connect with each other. How does this affect their learning? Basic human-to-human connectivity through face expression is compromised and self-identity is somewhat eliminated. How does that affect their social development? It's also causing our kids to stay in fight or flight. Chronic stress knocks the body out of balance, causes headaches, fatigue, stomach issues, muscles, tension, mood disturbances, et cetera, not to mention the psychological issues kids already have endured due to the lockdown. Let's not continue to compound these issues. An excerpt from Stanford University's conclusion of their study states the following: wearing face masks has been demonstrated to have substantial adverse psychological and physiological effects. These include shortness of breath, increased acidity and toxicity, activation of fear and stress response, rise in stress hormones, immunosuppression, fatigue, headaches, decline in cognitive performance, etc. I can hardly believe that we're putting our children through this for a virus that the head of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Disease from the United States says the overall clinical consequences of COVID-19 are similar to those of a severe influenza,
Your time is up.
having
Thank you
a
so much.
cause of fatality rate of approximately 0.1%.
The next speaker is Chloe Fu.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Chloe Fu. I am a senior at San Clemente High School, and I strongly advise that the school district releases a statement in support of Asian students within our schools. I have viewed a couple notes which summarizes your response to previous communications regarding this subject, and I just want to add more to the conversation. My perspective is limited to just my high school, but I believe my testimony is still very valuable to the situation at hand. Asian students make up less than 3% of the student population at my school, and therefore I believe I can attest that our minority has experienced discrimination on campus. As an explanation to why Asian hate crimes aren't documented in the district, I argue that Asian students have been raised by their parents to not complain about their issues, and therefore reporting instances of discrimination are little to none in number. That is why we are stepping forward now, because we finally feel like there's a safe space for us to discuss our issues. Previously, the mentality went as follows: complaining draws attention to you, and that has the potential to make your situation worse, kind of a universal thing in bullying. And we are more likely to believe that those actions wouldn't have been done to us despite our race than we are to actually realize that none of that would have happened to us before the pandemic. We have an aversion to acknowledging our own discrimination, but if a statement is made, we can further the message that the school administrations really do care about us, which I really do believe that they do. It's not that widely broadcasted. And what we previously brushed off will have a higher chance of being reported. When faced with other students coughing in our faces or teachers making odd remarks, we could have had the thought cross our minds to report these occurrences before we forgot about them. There needs to be more cultural education in schools in general, and I do believe that starts here. I applaud you guys for piloting a new culture class within our new school system, and within our school system, to combat like the minuscule education that we get in culture from 2-year language classes. But I do believe that a statement published can be put into action like within these new classes. As you stated earlier, I believe that your statement will not be empty if you do fulfill that statement within that class. It is in your best interest to give your students an internationally sensitive education for our economies, and since they are global and our web of politics has expanded beyond our national borders. And the district needs to be ready to support their Asian students, because the community should be supporting their Asian neighbors during this tumultuous time where the media has graded the difference between the Chinese race and China, the government, which has led to much of the hatred the Asian community faces today. To help you draft a statement, I do ask that you review Irvine's public school district's letter condemning Asian hate crimes and their actions to combat it. I do ask that you consider that Irvine's Asian demographic is multitudes larger than the Capistrano Unified School Districts.
Molly.
Okay.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean McLean.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
First off, I'd like to applaud everybody, especially I'm very impressed with the young folks here speaking. Hi, my name is Sean McLean. I'm a parent of CUSD kids. I'd like to, I would like to say there's no such thing as bullying, suicide, school fights, coronavirus, racism, drugs, but life doesn't work like that. We are here to prepare our kids for the world. Some kids have the luxury of being sheltered from needing to know these things for years, or so we think. I'm an 11th generation American. I myself am half Asian, and I wasn't lucky enough to be sheltered from racism at a very young age. At school, I was bullied and got into fights, was forced into fights actually, because they thought I knew Kung Fu and they wanted to test me. They wanted to test a straight A student, and therefore I actually got suspended once for being in a fight. So it affected me in a way, the straight A student, that wouldn't normally be affected. I also had a teacher try to put me in special education at a very young age because I couldn't speak English well enough. Now I have degrees from some of the best universities in the world. If you don't know what the kids are going through, we need to at least tell them we have their backs while violence is happening to their mothers and grandmothers. This is important. This isn't just a do the right thing decision. I'm here to ask you to issue a statement and tell our kids, like my children and others, whatever this violence against Asians is not us as a community, as a district. They know that we see it because they see it. We see these things on TV and on our phones, but this isn't us. We stand up for each other in this community and this school district. And if you're not telling them that, what is it that you're telling them? Please support us. Thank you.
Thank you. Elena Lucas.
We do not have Elena on the line.
Okay, then I have Natalie Nelson. Natalie with us?
Yes, Natalie's with us.
Oh, hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello?
Can you hear me? Natalie?
Natalie, we can hear you if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay. Okay, sorry. Let me begin. Okay, thanks for letting me speak tonight. And I want to just applaud everyone's efforts in getting our kids back to school this week. I think you guys are all doing really great things. I want to speak, however, in behalf of my younger children. As the schools rolled out COVID protocols for this past year, I had to make the sad choice to disenroll both my incoming kindergartner and my incoming third grader. You see, my kindergartner wears glasses full time, and any time that she's required to wear a mask, they fog up her little glasses. And I couldn't have her experiencing school effectively when she can't see. My third grader has ADHD, and wearing a mask causes him to constantly fidget and spend way too much time thinking about what's covering his face as opposed to focusing on the lessons. Now, I really want my kids to be back in the great Capo School District, but I'm very wary about how they'll be able to reach their potential in this setting. And I'm not here to argue a mask's effectiveness in combating COVID-19. I'm here to point out that there's many deficits that masks cause. And as we move forward, I want to always be weighing and discussing if the risk of COVID is still outweighing these other complications. Now, that Stanford study that was cited earlier, that was recently published on the government NIH website. And another thing that it said is that psychologically, wearing a face mask fundamentally has negative effects on the wearer and the nearby person. Basic human-to-human connectivity through face expression is compromised, and self-identity is somewhat eliminated. These dehumanizing movements partially delete the uniqueness and individuality of the person wearing the face mask, as well as the connected person. Social connections and relationships are basic human needs, and reduced human-to-human connections are associated with poor mental and physical health. Now, foggy glasses and fidgety hands are small issues compared to the breakdown of connectivity that these masks can cause in the underdeveloped brains of our children. Sorry, my kids are yelling. I know that our schools cannot do anything until the Department of Health allows for leniency, but I'm asking that the district looks ahead and is ready to make quick changes once the health department deems it safe. And furthermore, I'm asking the board to see if there are any immediate solutions for my children and others like mine who have very present problems with mask wearing. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Fritzie Krog? Fritzie?
I'm here. I had to unmute. My name is Fritzie Gregg, and I have a senior in the school district. In fact, Meg Irvis is his principal. So I have to take this opportunity to congratulate her. She's amazing, and her shoes will be difficult to fill. I'm getting emotional, but that's not really why I'm here. I'm a member of the Early Childhood OC Public Policy and Advocacy Committee. And first and foremost, I'd like to thank you for your ongoing care and consideration of the children you serve in our district. Early Childhood OC is a collaborative of 34 cross-sector agencies, and we are here to support Orange County in building resilient families, ensuring quality early learning opportunities, and providing a seamless system of care for the health and development of our youngest citizens using an upstream model. We know that by prioritizing the first 8 years of life, when 95% of brain development has occurred, we will attain economic, academic, and social benefits for generations to come. Based on the Early Development Index data from 2019, 53% of children in Orange County are ready for kindergarten. But that means 47 are not ready. And unfortunately, the pandemic has robbed many children of critical early learning experiences and the opportunity to practice and develop social skills. We can expect that children entering transitional kindergarten or kindergarten this coming fall may lack the foundational social and emotional skills necessary for learning and a smooth transition into the TK through 12 school system. Given the collective trauma we are all experiencing, I am asking you to please consider directing a portion of your funding for summer school and fall programming for TK through second grade in the following domains: social and emotional skills, which is the foundation to all other learning, focusing on building positive and responsive relationships between teachers and students, teachers and parents, and student will help to ensure a more successful school year. Emotional literacy, the ability to identify, label, and begin to self-regulate emotions in oneself and identify them in others. Play, structured and unstructured, which is so important to promote the social, emotional, cognitive, language, and self-regulation skills that build executive function and a pro-social brain and help mitigate toxic stress. And lastly, physical activity. According to the Center for Disease Control, regular physical activity can reduce symptoms of anxiety and depression, improves memory, attention, and concentration.
Speaker, thank you so much. Your time is up.
Okay.
And the next speaker is Natasha. And I'm sorry, I will totally butcher this last name. Patrupa Anada, and forgive me. Natasha, are you there?
Natasha, go ahead. Just unmute your mic.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Natisha Petru-Fernanda. I'm a freshman at Capo Valley High School, and I ask that you please release a statement in support of the AAPI community. I just wanted to start off by saying a little bit of background about myself. I'm a first-generation Asian American. I'm half Thai, half Chinese, and my parents moved to the States before I was born. I'm so lucky to have not experienced severe racist attacks like what other Asian Americans have faced, but I have faced some issues before. There are a few times when someone called me Ching Chong. Some kids judged me for eating Asian food during lunch, which my mother spent her time, love, and care making. There's even a saying going around with lyrics that said, Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees, what are these? I felt alone because of my facial features, and I've had teachers treat me differently just for being Asian. So all that I ask is for the CUSD district to release a statement regarding the anti-Asian hate crimes that have recently occurred. Right now, the AAPI community is going through an extremely difficult time filled with trauma and fear. I understand that one of CUSD's main objectives is to promote racial equality, ensuring students, parents, and staff of all backgrounds to feel welcomed and safe at our schools. However, I believe that the only way we can achieve this is by acting now, starting with my community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tina Freeman.
Good evening.
Hi, go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Tina Freeman. Thank you so much to the board for allowing me the time to address the members. First, I would like to thank the board, the administrators, teachers, and staff for all their efforts this year in the face of the pandemic. I know that it has been extremely challenging for everyone. I'm the mother of two, a senior and a sophomore at San Juan Hills High School, and I'm speaking before you tonight to express my support for the cultural proficiency curriculum. I know that some progress has been made on this, but I did want to reiterate my support. We should all want our children to be culturally competent. After all, we live in a diverse society with many cultures and belief systems. I did want to share with you an educator and author's definition of cultural competency. Her name is Vernita Mayfield, and she said that cultural competency is, quote, the ability to use critical thinking skills to interpret how cultural values and beliefs influence conscious and unconscious behavior. It's the understanding of how inequity can be and has been perpetuated through socialized behaviors, and it's the knowledge and determined disposition to disrupt inequitable practices to achieve greater personal and professional success for yourself and others. This is certainly a full-bodied definition, but I think that it illustrates that education is the path to cultural competence. We can't ignore the fact that these issues exist in our society. Schools should be a safe place to listen and learn, about how racism and bias affect our society, as well as our students and our families. It should also be a place where our students learn about the impact that implicit bias has on our friends and our neighbors. We have some great and important voices in our communities. It's time to listen and really hear from groups like CUSD, Students Against Racism. They're shouting at us, and we as a community are not doing a great job of listening. I'm calling on this board to take an active leadership role in promoting the voices of our BIPOC and LGBTQIA communities. I want to see the implementation of the Cultural Proficiency Plan because it prepares our children for the world in which we live. Finally, in light, as many others have mentioned, of the violence that's happening in this country right now, I'm calling on the board to show their support for the Black and the AAPI families in this community by issuing a statement of support. It's really important, and it further shows that all of us need to have cultural competences in this important and just devastating time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Serena Iyer.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Awesome. Well, good evening. My name is Serena Iyer, and I'm a current student at San Juan Hills High School. I'm speaking today out of concern because the district has failed to release a statement denouncing the rise of hate crimes against Asian people in our country. All Asian students deserve a district that rallies behind them and makes them feel supported at school. After all, that's part of the district's job, to support all students, including those of color. Asian hate isn't as far off as many like to believe. It was occurring in our own backyard in Ladera Ranch for numerous months before it was brought to light. There are various testimonies from students in our school districts revealing the racism they have experienced, many of them having to endure phrases such as, quote, "Go back to your own country." This hate is a matter of human rights. Showing support for basic equality should not be controversial in any way, shape, or form. While this statement will not fix all of the issues with racism on our school campuses, it is one way for the district to identify a promise they made to all students of color when they took their board positions. A promise that they stand with their students of color as an ally. If the district cares about solving this problem, they will release a statement condemning the anti-Asian violence and encouraging students to treat each other equally, regardless of race. There are easy ways for our district to be more welcoming to people of color in our schools. We, the students, see that. We hope you do too. You have the power to change it, and we sincerely hope you do. I'm happy to see the strides that the district has taken towards making CUSD a friendlier place for its students of color. But there's always more work to be done. I'm asking you to be part of the solution to this hate. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julianne Tenorio.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julianne Tenorio, and I am a current sophomore attending Tesoro High School. I have been a student of CUSD for about 10 years now, and the district's response to the recent rise in Asian American hate crimes is disappointing to say the least. CUSD claims to stand with students, families, teachers, and staff against discrimination, as per its website, and even posted on Instagram recently reiterating this with empty words. Yet with a large group of students who are a part of the AAPI community, a statement has yet to be released from the district regarding standing in solidarity with your Asian students. As a second-generation Filipina, it is frustrating and quite frankly terrifying that we have to come out and ask for reassurance that we are welcome at a place where we should always feel safe and included. Echoing the words of who have come before me, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic, racism against Asian Americans have skyrocketed, with many, including myself, being victims of discriminatory actions. I've been called too many names, been coughed on by kids too many times, and the countless amount of people who have given my family and I weird looks or purposely tried to avoid us is clearly enough evidence that racism is rampant in not only our area, but worldwide. On behalf of myself and the rest of my fellow Asian American peers, I call on the district to please release a statement that recognizes what has been happening in our community and firmly stands against it through meaningful action.
This is not a political matter, nor should it be seen as one. Rather, it should be second nature to stand as an ally with Asian students. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Stephanie Hu.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Perfect, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Stephanie Hu, and I'm a junior at Tesoro High School. Today, I am representing CUSD Against Racism. Today, I am asking the district to release a specific statement in solidarity with Asian families and students. The Orange County Human Relations have reported that there have been a 10-fold increase in anti-Asian hate crimes in the past year. And on a national level, 2020 records have showed an 150% increase in anti-Asian hate crimes. And if these statistics don't seem believable, I can confidently tell you that as an Asian student who goes to school in CUSD, I have felt overt, explicit racism, as well as microaggressions on every level. In addition, even if there aren't any local incidents of Asian hate, which there are, absorbing the news, seeing people who look like your mother, father, and grandparents killed every day is heartbreaking. It's scary. It's traumatic. It makes it so that my own aunt and uncle, whom I live with, are scared to walk outside. It makes it so that I am afraid to speak my mother tongue, Mandarin, in public, in fear of being seen as a perpetual foreigner. And I'm not the only one who has felt these fears. I am one of hundreds of Asian students in our CUSD district who feel isolated, lost, and afraid. And frankly, our district isn't doing enough to support Asian students right now. As an Asian student, I can tell you that clearly and confidently. So today, I ask you to listen to us. We are pressing for a statement because our district needs to show support. Other districts in the county, such as IUSD, have not shown the same hesitations in supporting our Asian students. Let me make this clear. The resolution denouncing racism is a great first step. The Cultural Proficiency Action Plan is a great first step. But this is not what we are addressing. Releasing a statement in support for the Asian community is putting the values within the Cultural Proficiency Plan into practice in real time. When racism is pervading our communities, there is no staying neutral. Staying silent as our Asian brothers and sisters are being harassed, beaten, and killed across the country only contributes to the problem of racism, for our district is standing idly as our communities of color are hurting. If CUSD truly values its students and families of color, it will not hesitate to stand in solidarity with its Asian students when there has been national and local attention on the harassment of Asians and Asian Americans. Lastly, let me make this clear. Just because we as a district weren't proactive in the past, that doesn't mean we can't be proactive now. Let's learn from our mistakes and do better. I hope to see a statement soon, one that specifically condemns anti-Asian racism, one that specifically stands in solidarity with Asian students, and one that specifically offers resources and ways of reporting anti-Asian discrimination. Thank you.
Thank you. Raya Ketterpal?
Hi, can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
Awesome. Good evening. My name is Ria Catherpaul, and I'm a senior at San Clemente High School this year. Tonight, I'm here to discuss the lack of a statement from CUSD in support of the AAPI, or Asian American and Pacific Islander community. Over the past several months, the amount of anti-Asian hate crimes have been rising significantly across our country, primarily as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and targeted scapegoating directed towards those of Asian descent. Right now, those who belong to the AAPI community are increasingly cautious, afraid that our grandmothers, grandfathers, mothers, fathers, sisters, or brothers may be the next targets. As a student of South Asian descent myself, who has been attending CUSD schools since the first grade, I've had a firsthand account of the culture some students at our elementary, middle, and high schools perpetuate, and it's most certainly not always one of kindness or inclusivity. I've both witnessed and been the punchline of incredibly insensitive comments and jokes, and have hardly ever seen it addressed or even punished. Anti-Asian sentiment does not need to come in the form of a hate crime in order to leave a scar, and it most certainly should not be the criteria that needs to be met in order for a statement to be made. So many of our Asian students pass through our schools struggling with their identities while simultaneously dealing with small microaggressions, slurs, and casual racism on a daily basis. By releasing a statement, CUSD would be showing these students that they are seen, that they're heard, and that they are supported during these hard times. Of course, recently, the district has been taking strides towards creating a more inclusive and anti-racist environment in our schools, including the passing of the Cultural Proficiency Plan and the passing of the Ethnic Studies pilot. Our individual campuses have been putting in the work as well, SCHS specifically through our No Place for Hate committee and efforts of certain administration. However, the failure to release a statement in support of the AAPI community during these troubling times is not only disappointing, but incredibly discomforting. Why is there such a pushback on the release of a simple statement that expresses support for an underrepresented group of students whose racial identity is being targeted on a national scale? A general statement denouncing racism in our school district is not enough. Our Asian students, parents, teachers, and faculty deserve to know that their school district supports them specifically. The failure and denial to vocalize this support only tells me and my Asian peers that this district is not one that welcomes or supports us and is a step backward in the progress that has been made thus far. We have even had several incidents occur within our own community, and yet no statement has been made. So tonight I ask, what needs to happen next? How many more lives need to be lost? How many of our elders beaten? How many of our children harassed before CUSD shows their support for the AAPI community? The district has the tools to create a safe and inclusive environment for all students to show them that they are heard and that their voices are valued and appreciated. I urge the district once again to release a statement that specifically addresses the ailments of the AAPI community and verbalizes their support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sam Crane. Do we have Sam? No? Okay. Next is Ashley Boyne.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Ashley.
Okay. Hi, I am Ashley. I'm a current sophomore at Aliso Niguel High School. CUSD needs to make a statement of support to the AAPI community. The AAPI community has gone through so much trauma, stress, and fear, especially in this past year. These are your students, their parents, and your teachers that are going through these on a daily basis. As a school board that encourages equality, you need to do what you can to alleviate this stress to help your students feel safe at their own school. Because currently, your students are not even sure if their school supports them and cares about their well-being. So I encourage you to please make a statement as soon as possible as a first step to support your Asian students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Keegan Cooper.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm a freshman at San Juan Hills High School. Since the beginning of the pandemic, anti-Asian hate crimes have increased by about 150%. CUSD, Asian students and family are just as equally vulnerable to being victims of these heinous crimes. They need to know that their district stands in solidarity with them during this challenging time, and yet the district has remained silent. Your silence was further revealed when I emailed you expressing similar concerns. Only one trustee responded, and the reply contained a reference of the district statement from last year, which left me equally disappointed. The fight against systematic racism is not accomplished through a singular one-time statement, but through a continuous process that requires commitment and dedication. I urge all of you to speak up in support of your students. Remember, your silence is compliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Michael Dickerson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say a few words about the district's, continued enforcement of the face mask rule. I've long been on the fence, since this has been required by the districts and other, businesses and whatnot. In terms of, is it beneficial? Is it not beneficial? And a couple of other individuals have already spoke about the Stanford University study, a formalized, peer-reviewed, scientific study that concludes, and I'll just read you the first couple sentences of the actual conclusion of the report that was released November 2020. So here's a quote from the conclusion. The existing scientific evidences challenge the safety and efficacy of wearing face masks as preventative intervention for COVID-19. The data suggests that both medical, and non-medical face masks are ineffective to block human-to-human transmission of viral and infectious disease, such as SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, supporting against the usage of face masks. Okay, so the results of their study recommends against using face masks. It goes on to say, wearing face masks has been demonstrated to have substantial adverse physiological and psychological effects. So in my opinion, this is ripe for a mass class action lawsuit. Just the other day, I was waiting to pick my son up from elementary school at Ambule, and I heard one of the teachers, and this was on the hot day Friday, it was like 85, 90 degrees out, and the kids were running on the grass, and you have a teacher out there yelling at the kids to put a face mask over their face. Okay, something bad is going to happen to a student with pre-existing conditions. And this is just, you can see the writing on the wall. There's going to be lawsuits galore. And as a father of 3 students in the district at 3 different schools, you know, I don't want to see any student harmed from wearing a face mask needlessly. And I don't want to see financial loss of the district through legal action. And I can guarantee you legal action is in the works right now. I'm not the only one thinking this way. So, for administrators and board members to think you're immune because this is being pushed down by the state, from the state level, you're sadly mistaken, because the way this is going to progress is it's going to go from the bottom up. Teachers and administrators can be individually held liable for this type of.
Speaker, your
The
time
next
is up.
speaker is Joy Schnepper.
Oh, and I remembered to keep my hands off, so I didn't want to adjust it. Is that better now? Can you please reset the timer? I know I'm picky, but I have to have my whole 3 minutes. Okay, here we go. Dear President Bullicus, Superintendent Vital-Brulte, and honored trustees, on March 24th, the CUSD trustees gave staff direction to explore all options to increase in-person learning for all students for this school year. We took this responsibility seriously, and over the past few weeks, the CAPE team has met endlessly to create, develop, and implement a phased-in approach to benefit all students. The district CAPE team, consisting of district and labor leadership, has carved out countless hours of our already busy schedules to meet and plan for the remainder of the school year. This is in addition to the work of the CAPE team for reopening next year that you will hear more about later this evening. CUEA is appreciative to have had a voice in the process. You heard our ask to be included before district directives are rolled out in order to ensure that things go smoothly. CUEA has over 2,000 members with the most amazing insights and ideas to share. They are a huge part of the employees in the district who are tasked with educating students in general education and special education. They have realistic and creative solutions when issues arise. In the future, let's continue to reach out to the educational think tank we have available at our fingertips. Helen Keller said, alone we can do so little, together we can do so much. And the CAPE process has shown us just this. CAPE allows us to collaborate, problem solve, and arrive at consensus, even on what can be difficult topics. Working with other labor organizations such as CSEA, Teamsters, and KUMA has been enlightening as well. In the past, we have spoken about working in silos and how unproductive this can be. The success of our district, and I say our district intentionally, relies on inter-district communication, whether it be across grade levels, departments, schools, programs, employee groups, etc. Special ed is a perfect example. Our special ed teachers must work with their administrators daily on IEPs and on campus concerns. They need to collaborate with the paraprofessionals that assist them on a daily basis. They have to coordinate with transportation and find ways to synchronize their schedules. We should have turned to them first for their expertise. In closing, CUEA would like to thank the board for their support of the CAPE team and for honoring the time-consuming process. We appreciate the opportunity for leadership to get together and be a part of the discussions. We are pleased that the voice of our members has become an integral part of the process when making decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Beck.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for letting me speak this evening. I'd like to speak on the fact that CUSD is incredibly innovative, and I am incredibly appreciative of what you have done with COVID-19 protocols. I sat back this time last year in fear that my children would not end up in school, and you made it possible. So thank you. Thank you so much for your hard work. I know how much work it has been. That being said, it is, we have about 6 weeks left of school, and I'm looking down the barrel at the next school year. My daughter is going into 5th grade at a Spanish immersion school, and my son is going into the 3rd grade. These are very impressionable years, and it's been a hard year for them. It's been a hard year and a half. They've been wearing their masks, they've done social distancing, and we're kind of done. My daughter, right before spring break, was not able to go to school for a full 10 days because the mask was exacerbating her allergy symptoms, and children can no longer go to school with a slightly snivelly nose. So I picked her up 4 different times from school. As soon as the mask was off, her allergies were gone. As we all know, COVID-19 and masks. This week, I will be emailing the board and the superintendent, Kristen Vitale, 8 peer-reviewed articles regarding the inefficiency of masks. Tonight, many have cited, and I'm sure more will cite, that most recent study by Stanford University, which has been published by the sorry, I'm getting lost here, but as we know, it was studied that the masks are inefficient. I am asking CUSD to really put this on your agenda, to really talk about the effectiveness of masks, look at the science, and think about the impact this is having on your children. You guys are innovative. You're pioneers. You were one of the first schools to open in the country, and I am so grateful because you guys rock. And I am really, really hoping you're going to stand up for our kids and make masks optional. Please make these masks optional so that those who want their children wearing masks and want to be protected through the mask can do that. And let the kids that are really struggling, who have been told over and over throughout this year to pull their mask up, who have dealt with severe rashes, who have been on antibiotics, who have come home frustrated because they can't breathe, who have allergies. I mean, the list, it's a laundry list. We all know what the masks do, how frustrating they are. And these poor kids, it's hard for me to wear them for a couple of hours. Luckily, I get to work from home. I cannot imagine what these kids are going through. And also, I'm going to speak out for the teachers. I know that many teachers do want to wear the mask, but I do know that there are teachers who don't want to be wearing them 24/7. And they should have the option to either wear a visor or not wear one. Okay.
The next speaker is Michelle Plossel-Campbell.
Good evening. Well, I had a nicely prepared talk, and I have now had a whole bunch of stuff come up in place of it. So I'm going to actually start with reading a statement by the California State PTA, statement denouncing violence against Asian Americans. This was issued in Sacramento on March 29th, 2021. The California State PTA has released the following statement in response to the recent attacks in Atlanta, as well as the ongoing violence towards Asian Americans in California and nationwide. California State PTA condemns the Georgia shootings and the recent violence against Asian Americans in our country, said Celia Jaffe, president of the California State PTA. Our association stands firmly against racism in all forms and denounces all racial violence. It is critical that we rise to correct inequities and injustices. The California State PTA and our constituent associations remain committed to improving diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout our association, schools, and communities, and to ensuring the safety, well-being, and future of every child and family. We can build a better future for all of our children when we unite as a community, intentionally acknowledging how race, culture, and languages spoken are assets in improving the lives of all children and families. So once again, that's a statement from the California State PTA. And on with my other statement for tonight. Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. Amazingly, we are down to the final 30 days, yay, of the most unusual of school years on record. I want to publicly applaud the incredible work done by our teachers, paraprofessionals, school staff, and district. But while the number of days in the year is shrinking, the tasks that still need to be done are piling up. For PTAs, this spring means elections of new boards, planning programs and budgets for the coming year, while still putting on amazing programs for the current year. We appreciate learning more later this evening on Back to School, August 2021. But any guidance you can provide regarding dressing out for PE, use of parent volunteers on campuses, outside vendors providing in-person lessons, we would appreciate as soon as possible so we can start planning for an outstanding 2021-2022 school year while we continue to celebrate and support our students through these last 30 days of the most unusual of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Kelly? Kate's not on the line. Is Lonnie Solanki?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Ashani Solanki, and I am a student at Tesoro High School, and I'm here to discuss the lack of a statement CUSD has released in support of the AAPI community. As a South Asian student at CUSD with many Asian friends, I personally have experienced many discriminatory behaviors towards me, and I've witnessed discriminatory behaviors towards my friends and had to deal with my culture being mocked and dismissed. Discrimination against Asian communities isn't anything new in this area, and it's disappointing to see the lack of action CUSD has taken to stand in solidarity with their Asian students. Yesterday, you released a statement stating that CUSD is no place for hate and that you have zero tolerance for any injustices in our school district. Yet, when people who look like my grandparents and my friends' grandparents are dying, a statement still hasn't been released. It's extremely disheartening as a South Asian student to see this happen in our school district. As you claimed in your Instagram post released yesterday that you quote, one of our values as a district is to provide support for all CUSD students, families, and teachers. I urge CUSD to stand by the words written in this post and take action as soon as possible and to stand in solidarity with our Asian students. Thank you.
Thank you. And Paula Trumbley.
Good evening. My name is Paola Tremblay, and I am a parent of an 8th grader at Newhart Middle School. I also had another student that went through Newhart and Capo Valley High School. I would like to speak to you regarding the 8th grade award ceremony. I've learned today that the 8th grade award ceremony is scheduled to be a virtual award ceremony. This is due to concerns about the number of family members attending and the associated issues with the larger groups. I understand that the concern, but at the same time, we are allowing students to attend schools with fewer restrictions and were enforcing previously. Students are now seated 3 feet apart in classroom. Last year, Capo had a virtual award ceremony. The circumstances were different. The award ceremony was presented in the best possible manner available at the time. However, the impact and recognition for the students who have worked so hard for their accomplishment during their years in high school was underwhelming compared to an in-person recognition. With students returning to campus 4 days a week and reducing of restrictions, I would like to propose a different solution than the virtual award ceremony. The award ceremony could be accommodated to an in-person, student-only ceremony during the school day. This event can be live streamed to parents and other family members, as well as being recorded to be viewed at any time. This will allow the students to receive an in-person recognition for the accomplishments with their peers. At the same time, this eliminates any concerns for larger groups and their issues associated with them, Our school is still a closed campus to parents and not allowed to be on campus during the day. I appreciate your time and attention to this matter and all of the other concerns you are currently dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our oral.
President
comment.
Bullicus,
Yes.
I do have one more blue card.
Oh, yes, please go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, it was sitting here and it's for 2 items. So the first one, Jessica Geyer, for oral communications, and then we'll be back later for item 13.
Hello. Hi, Superintendent Vital Brulte, President Bullicus, trustees, and student advisor Bashkar. I have to admit, it's nice to see you all in person for the first time in a year. There's been a lot of collaborating going on around here between CU CPTSA Legislative Advocacy Team and Superintendent Vital Brulte and members of her leadership team. And between March of 2020 and now we have had 12 Zoom meetings with our state and congressional legislators and their staffs to advocate and educate and share the district's need to support every student and family in CUSD through COVID. We have collaborated on many letter writing campaigns to our state and congressional leaders to ensure that our students received the COVID relief funding they need. Free nutritious meals all year by extending the child nutrition program, access to devices and connectivity, and increases to special education funding through IDEA. Our team has met with the legislators from all 3 congressional districts that are within CUSD, and both our state Senate Representatives, Senator Pat Bates and our state Assemblywoman Lori Davies, to advocate for reopening our schools safely with the adequate funding to do it, and the need for increased mental health services and support, such as funding for additional counselors on our school campuses. Although there will always be things to accomplish, things that can be better, things that aren't working, there's always time to acknowledge hard work and give credit where credit is due. So thank you. PTA at its core is an advocacy organization, and we will always be here to hold you all to account and ask questions when they need to be asked. And we appreciate the opportunity to advocate in parallel with you for the benefit of all students. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our comments? Okay. We're going to move now to a public hearing. At this time, I would like to open the public hearing regarding California Connections Academy, Southern California Charter School, for their admissions preferences. Do we have any speakers? Okay. Having none, the public hearing is now closed at the time of 8:31 p.m. We'll now move to the consent calendar. Please note that per board policy 9323.2 and in accordance with law, the public has a right to comment on any consent item. At the request of any member of the board, any item on the consent agenda shall be removed and given individual consideration for action as a regular agenda item. Do we have any speaker cards for consent calendar? I don't see that we do. Oh, wait, we do. Rhonda Whalen, please. I wrote too many notes over your name. I didn't see it.
I hope they're good notes. I wanted to talk about the classified layoffs. The narrative in this agenda item states that we are accomplishing business efficiencies. The statement is questionable. For example, what efficiency is created when we don't have enough electronic specialists to assist TIS in improving internet service or completing other projects? With all the increased use of devices and Chromebooks that have been added, it seems counterproductive to eliminate a position that could accelerate work that would benefit instruction. Here's another example. They're proposing elimination of a bilingual clerk position in the language acquisition department. This person is the first line of communication. It's a fact that these students are among those who need the most help in overcoming learning loss. Since there's an urgency to help these students, why lay off somebody who's supporting these students and their families? This item also states that there are fiscal savings. As with the previous layoff items, nobody can tell me what the amount of savings actually is. Isn't it important for the public to know when the district is making efforts to save money? as well as where it's being spent, I hope the board would consider directing district staff to include financial information in all future board layoff items. The district provided seniority lists to me last week. There were errors included. I have requested a meeting to review all these lists. I have to ensure that people aren't erroneously notified of a layoff or displacement. I'm hoping that we can get this done next week. My ask for you is to delay a vote on laying off CSEA classified employees until next month when more information is available. Seniority lists need to be scrutinized for accuracy. I need the rationale for all of these cuts. I need to know what the district believes they are saving, how the cuts provide organizational efficiency, and how they affect instruction. Yearly, when the district says they're laying off for fiscal reasons, it's a public statement that they can no longer afford to have the work done. While publicly saying they can't afford the work and planning to lay off staff, they're also planning behind the scenes to redistribute that work to others who are barely keeping up with what they have. When I need something done at home, but I don't have the money to pay for it, it doesn't get done. And this should be the same for CUSD. I expect that when I'm done speaking, somebody from management will tell you that it's essential that the layoff be approved now due to the need to notice employees so they aren't paid beyond June 30th. My response would be that they should have done a better job getting their homework done, or else I wouldn't have had to say what I just said. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustees, do we have anyone wanting to pull a consent item? No? Do I have a motion to approve? Oh,
Here I am down here, sorry.
okay. Oh, now we have two hands. Okay, Amy?
I do want to pull 13 so we can have some clarifying discussion. And then I just had a question on 8, but if we're pulling, I guess I'll just save it till, are we going to bring them all back at the end of the board meeting? The consent items we pulled, like we normally do? Yeah. Okay, and I'll just save it then, 8 and 13 for me.
8 and 13. And did I see Gila Jones?
Yes, I want to pull number 12.
Trustee Jones will pull number 12. And do I have any others? Okay. So do I have a motion to move consent calendar agenda items 2 through 20 with the exception of 8, 12, and 13?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee McNicholas. A second by Trustee Davis. Ms. Hayes, could you please call roll?
Student Advisor Bosker.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones. Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
It's a 7-0-0 vote with preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Buskar. We will now move to discussion action items, starting with agenda item number 21, selection of the most beneficial proposal and approval of agenda regarding right to purchase Los Ramblas property. We're going to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, Business and Support Services, to present this item.
Thank you, President Bullicus, trustees. So in November 2020, the district issued a new RFP to interested developers and buyers who may be interested in acquiring the right to purchase the 7.292 acre Pacifica San Juan property, which the district currently has the right to purchase from Pacific Point Development Partners, LLC. Pursuant to this open session agenda item, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees, 1, select the most beneficial proposal to purchase the district's existing right to acquire the 7.292 acres from its current owner, which can now be identified as a proposal from the new home company, Southern California LLC, which has offered a purchase price of $24 million and proposes to build 47 residential units on the property. And 2, approve an agreement regarding the right to purchase. The agreement shared with the board today in closed session is now being made available to the public in the back of the boardroom. We need a motion, second, and vote on these two recommended approvals. Thank you.
I move approval.
Trustee Jones moves the motion and trustee Davis seconds.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. And now, agenda item number 22, reopening of schools 2.0 for the 2021-2022 school year. I'd like to recognize Gregory Merwin, Chief Academic Officer, Education and Support Services, to present this item.
Thank you very much, President Bullicus, trustees, Superintendent Batal-Brulte. Tonight, we present item 22, reopening of schools 2.0 for the 2021-2022 school year. As promised in the March 17th, 2021 board presentation, we have returned tonight to provide trustees in the community with a draft plan to reopen school for the 2021-2022 school year. Tonight, I am joined once again by my fellow CAPE team members, CUEA President Joy Schnapper, CSEA President Rhonda Whalen, Teamsters Business Representative Sam Carlin, and Assistant Superintendent Rich Montgomery. We present a draft reopening plan for board discussion this evening. So first, before we start the presentation, I'd like to frame it briefly. We'll start by providing you with an overview of the CAPE team structure and the reopening team members. Remember, the CAPE stands for Certificated Classified Administrators in Partnership for Excellence. We appreciate the efforts and dedication of everyone involved. We will then provide you with a draft plan explicitly connected to each of the 5 board priorities. Each slide that you will see in the presentation has the list of the board priority on the left-hand side, and then the corresponding draft plan components on the right-hand side. All of the proposals in the draft plan were developed by our reopening teams, also described as action labs. Each action lab consists of representatives from CUEA, CSEA, Teamsters, and district and site administration. And each action lab reviewed and integrated the feedback that was provided by families, students, and staff from both surveys and focus groups when developing these proposals. So after we present those slides, we will also present a timeline for next steps, including the return of a detailed final plan for your consideration on May 19th. With that, we'll move on to the next slide, and I will ask Assistant Superintendent Rich Montgomery to share about the CAPE team and the action labs.
All right, good evening, President Bullicus, trustees, and Superintendent Batal-Brulte. The work of this team has been guided first and foremost by ensuring adherence to the board priorities identified on January the 20th. As we shared last month and earlier this evening by our superintendent, the work around the district's reopening plan has been led by a CAPE team comprised of the members mentioned by Dr. Merwin. Our CAPE team would like to recognize the incredible efforts of each member of our Action Lab teams identified on the chart seen here on this slide. Their work on the respective topics identified on this chart have provided the CAPE team with solid recommendations to reopen our schools. We look forward to providing more details related to their work next month.
So board priority number 1, under closed session items, public health emergency and conference with labor negotiators, trustees voted 7-0 to direct the superintendent to open school as normal if we were able to do so, as determined by the criteria established by the California Department of Public Health for the 21-22 school year. CAPE team recommendation, open all CUSD schools as normal if we're able to do so, as determined by the criteria established by the CDPH. Beginning August 17, 2021, resume a full-day traditional in-person instructional model following a traditional bell schedule at all elementary, middle, and high schools, from preschool through high school and adult transition program. continue to adhere to the health and safety guidelines established by the California Department of Public Health, CDPH, and Cal-OSHA emergency temporary standards.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So on the left, you can see the board priority is to provide the greatest extent possible a normal experience for middle school and high school students by restoring and bringing back PE and elective courses that were previously cut for the 2021 school year, and by reinstating the graduation board policy requirement of 220 credits and includes sports, performing arts, clubs, and extracurricular activities. The CAPE team recommendation on the right side says on March 17, 2021, the Board of Trustees approved the reinstating of the graduation board policy to 2020 credits, so 220 credits. And I do want to say thank you for that. I know that's been a topic that's gone round and round, and I do want to thank you for that. Especially because it was really hard for the teachers that had to be reassigned during this time. They worked really hard to have their programs be viable going forward. They understand that this is how we keep students interested in CUSD. And since they were the experts in their field, even when we talk about PE in the next bullet, that they worked alongside district personnel. And I think we all realize how truly important and integral that is to the social emotional learning and the overall health of our students. So the second bullet says provide in-person physical education courses in both middle school and high school, restore in-person elective courses in both middle school and high school, and provide in-person sports, performing arts clubs, and extracurricular activities, which I'm happy to say is already starting to take place around our district. You can see the smiles on people's faces to do what we can to restore what could be our new normal, but it definitely restores hope in our students and our staff, so thank you. Now I'm going to turn it over to Rhonda.
So board priority number 3 was to provide daily live instruction for middle school and high school students, where all students benefit from live instruction during both their in-person and virtual learning days, and support for 6th grade students who would benefit from additional support by providing an option to be on campus 4 full days per week. So the CAPE team recommendations are this. Following a traditional pre-COVID bell schedule, provide 5 days per week, full day in-person learning programs for special education and general education in all grades 6 through 12 and adult transition program. Next recommendation was to reduce class sizes in high school, reduce class sizes in middle school, provide daily intervention and tutorial during the instructional day, and to provide homework support and additional intervention after the school instructional day.
Next slide, please. So board priority number 4 was provide elementary students who need additional intensive support and intervention and to have experienced learning loss by providing academic intervention. CAPE team recommendation was, through the feedback of our action labs and what we've heard, provide a full day of classroom instruction with a certified teacher for all students for grade K through 5 and reduce class sizes in elementary grades.
Next slide, please. Thank you. The board priority number 5 was to create 100% online learning program option TK through 12 through CalPrep Capo Virtual by providing daily live instruction and a traditional bell schedule for those students who choose to be online. The CAPE team recommendation is to provide a separate 100% online program that provides daily live instruction following a traditional bell schedule, provide both special education and general education programs and services. Families would be able to choose between 2 online programs, an independent study program through CalPrep and Capo Virtual, and separate online program with a structured bell schedule. Families would be able to exit the 100% online program and return to their home school at designated times of the year, elementary at the trimester and secondary at the semester. And just to add a little bit more information, the hybrid model, as you know, and you've probably heard, was somewhat unsustainable throughout the year. And people are relatively exhausted trying to manage both. I do want to give a special shout out to our special education folks, especially at all levels, but really our elementary folks that are down at SAC and STARS, who have been trying to manage these kiddos, not only behind a screen, but in person as well. We learned a lot in this area this year. I'm really looking forward to the improvements that we can make in our next reopening plan. So thank you for that point of personal privilege. And Dr. Merwin, you have the next slide.
Thank you, Joy. The team now presents a proposed timeline for next steps. It's recognized that ongoing and timely communication is critical to the success of our successful return to school in fall 21. So as you can see from this chart, we'll follow up from tonight with communication regarding next steps to our staff and community, pending tonight's guidance. And next week, we would follow up with a form sent to parents asking them for an early registration. So while it says survey, we would really be asking families for early registration regarding the program choices. This would then be required, as it says up there, that by May 3rd, we would need to have families make a selection. This is important for us for the final plan, because as we come forward to the board on May 19th, we then can provide you with detailed staffing implications regarding the online program, regarding the in-person learning program. So it's very critical that we have this early registration information from families. Even though May 3rd seems very early, it actually is a very important timeline for our planning. Then our action labs will do some final detailed work based on that feedback, that data, and also based on guidance tonight. And then we would return May 19th and request board action on the final plan. Then you can see communication would then follow after the 19th with a launch of a new 2.0 website, including new branding for an exciting new year for the 21-22 school year. And President Whalen will present the next slide.
Thank you. I was really happy I got this slide because I'm really excited about doing our work this way. Our CAPE team does depend on trust and collaboration, but those two things produce superior results to anything that we could accomplish on our own or in very small groups. And that does honor CUSD's commitment to our students, parents, and staff, because we are providing them the best possible options and the best possible ways to provide instruction for our students. And I also wanted to take a minute to thank the Board of Trustees for giving the direction and allowing us to do this work through the CAPE team. I hope that next month when you see the report that you will be just as excited as I am about all of the great work that our action labs have done. They did amazing work, very creative, very thoughtful, and I think we're going to come out with something that's really excellent for our students and families.
Next slide, Corey. And really, Rhonda just summarized that perfectly. Our CAPE team really does wish to thank the trustees for entrusting us with this work. We look forward to continued collaboration and support of our plan to reopen, and we are happy to answer any questions that you have at this time.
Trustees, we do have 8 speakers on this, so if we could start with Greg Young, please.
Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Greg.
Hi, thank you. President Bullicus, Superintendent Vital, Brulte, trustees. I'm proud of our reopening 2.0 report that's going to be given to you tonight, and I feel strongly that we used the board's directions as our guide and sought to create a reasonable option for you within those priorities. I want to take a moment to explain some of the rationale behind our recommendations, in particular for the 100% online program. The guiding principle was that the board wanted a 100% online experience in addition to the existing CalPrep online model, an experience that included a regular bell schedule. We also assumed that the reason why the board wanted us to create such a model was because of the health concerns due to COVID. We assumed that if there had never been COVID, we would not be creating this model. We assume that the board's intent was for families who might continue to have health-related concerns based on student physical interactions with others outside of their home. And as such, our proposal allows for students who choose this model to be completely 100% online. That would include extracurriculars such as sports, drama, and music. I should point out that students who enroll in CalPrep are allowed to participate in sports teams, drama, and music. And students in CalPrep can take a mixture of classes on their physical campus as well as online in the CalPrep Academy program. To be clear, students in this 100% online option would not be allowed to mix and match with some online classes and some in-person classes at their campus. In addition, this 100% online option would be limited in what it can offer in grades 6 through 12. Now, since elementary school is a multiple subject by grade level, a 100% online option would be by grade level. But in 6 through 12, we need specific courses, algebra, English 1, Spanish 2, etc. So we need to be limited in what can be offered. This is really similar to if a student were to choose a 100% online option through a charter program, such as like Capo Connections. Students at charters are also not permitted to participate in sports teams or drama programs on our campuses. Our goal was to provide a clear 100% online only experience, and I want to be very clear with the board and our families about that. Unfortunately, we all learned this year that a complete 100% online environment is a struggle for many of our students. Students who choose this option really should be choosing it because their health concerns are such that they have little alternative. They should not be choosing this program for really any other reason. Finally, I want to point out that CalPrep has been and remains to be an excellent option as well for students in an online environment. Students can take all their classes through CalPrep or can mix and match their homeschool, take some in-person classes there. In addition, they can participate in the sports team of their homeschool and or drama programs, etc. I really appreciate the board requesting this program to broaden the option for our students and families in these trying times. And I feel confident that the program that we've outlined for you tonight meets those stated intentions and goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Natalie Nelson. We don't have Natalie. Hillary Salway.
Hi there. I am proud of the preliminary plan that CUSD has developed as it involves getting our kids back to full in-person instruction. This is a very exciting development. As the wife of a teacher within the district, I cannot express how much it means to the staff as well. Teachers are anxious to get these kids back in the classroom in a normal capacity, and as normal a capacity as the CDPH will allow. There's one amazing fact I discovered this evening that I wanted to share with everyone tonight. Via the CUSD positive COVID-19 case dashboard, out of over 30,000 students, there was only 12 confirmed COVID cases that were presumed to be infectious while on a school campus throughout the entire district this entire school year. With the California Department of Public Health finally determining that children are not a vector of transmission of COVID, it saddens me greatly that our children have lost a year of education, social events, and interaction. But I feel very positive about the school year to come and hope that the time lost is made up quickly. It sounds like you have that in place. On the subject of masks, I am strongly against them, especially for the children in the classroom K through 12, or at least making them optional. It is a known that a significant amount of language learning in the areas of nonverbal communication, empathy, problem solving, perspective taking takes place in the early years of our children's academic careers and grows into more sophisticated understanding of language in the forms of figurative language, idioms, and humor as they graduate to higher grades. This learning, no matter the age, is done so visually through observation and watching. It is the observations made through social interactions and play amongst peers that continue to develop and refine pragmatic language and life skills. It is the development of these social language skills that often influence academic performance and determine the success of our child's relationships. And most of this learning is taking place during our children's school day. I will be sending each of you a vast array of peer-reviewed studies regarding the efficacy or lack thereof of face masks dating before 2020 and since. I hope you'll take the time to review and really dive deep into these studies in order to truly understand my concerns. I am here to advocate for an educational experience that isn't based on fear, rather considers the child as a whole, that ensures our children are not only succeeding academically, but also excel in the physical, psychological, cognitive, social, and emotional processes that create a well-rounded individual, and also to express my extreme passion to keep our children's educational careers intact, which you have the power to do so as decision makers within CUSD. I am fully aware that this is not a decision that will be taken lightly, and know that you will consider all areas of human development when forming a plan for the 2021-22 academic school year. Thank you for caring for our children and for being our allies in their education. Thank you.
Thank you. And Eliza Wellman?
Hello. First, I would like to start off by thanking the board for all their hard work in getting our kids back to school full time. While we are moving in the right direction, we have one more major obstacle to overcome, and that is to restore the choice of masking back to parents. Several people have already mentioned the study done by Stanford, which states that face masks have been demonstrated to have substantial adverse physiological and psychological effects. The article states that breathing is an essential process for removing metabolic byproducts, and it is well established that acute significant deficit in oxygen, even for a few minutes, can be severely harmful and lethal. It feels like over the last year, we as a society have lost all powers of reasoning, logic, common sense, decency, and humanity, and are operating irrationally out of fear. And not just fear of the virus, fear of going against the grain, fear of being singled out, fear of believing and being accountable for our own thoughts and actions. I'm here to use my own powers of observation to say, look around you. Our kids are all okay. We go to birthday parties, parks, beaches, sporting events, anywhere we are allowed to go without a mask and are constantly in contact with other people. And my kids have not gotten so much as a runny nose in the last year. If masks are effective, then yours should protect you. If they aren't effective, then what are we doing to our kids? We don't need scientists to tell us that breathing is essential. We know this. If I leave my kid in the car with the windows and doors shut for 5 minutes, I could get reported to CPS. But if I cover both of their airways at school for 6 hours a day, that's protecting everyone. And what is the end game here? What is the magical date that it will be okay not to wear a mask anymore? It's been over a year, and my guess is that there isn't one. This will be continued to be dragged out as long as we comply. One of my favorite quotes is, "What you allow is what will continue." And that has proven true again and again over the last year. Luckily, the mask mandate is not a law. Governors can't make laws, and neither can public health officers. That's the job of the legislature, and enforceable laws have penal codes attached to them. It's time to stop bowing down to political pressure and bullying from Sacramento and do what's right for our kids. And the great thing is, anyone who wants to continue to wear a mask still can. America is about freedom, but if we don't have freedom over our own bodies, and if we don't stand up for our right to breathe, then we don't have freedom over anything. Thank you.
Thank you. James Marin? We don't have James on the line. Lori McClaskey?
Good evening. My name is Lori McClaskey. I wanted to share a letter that my freshman daughter, Hannah, wrote to her principal. I'll read quickly. Dear Dr. M, recently my family and I have been pondering the question of if my sister and I would return to 4 days of in-person school or go full online. Unfortunately, I believe that I have chosen to go fully online for the rest of the school year until changes have been made. Please understand that I really enjoy school and learning. It's part of my day that I'm constantly looking forward to, along with the sports that I get to play this year. I am so grateful that I got to have water polo and swim season and that I got to go back and attend school for the time I did. But while I love being able to interact with my teachers in person, I found that wearing masks all day caused me to lose focus during class, especially by the last period. I understand we are allowed to exit the class and grab some water or a breath of fresh air, and I took advantage of that opportunity a few times. However, the rest of the time I was reluctant to leave the class in fear I would miss an important part of the lecture. I am not sure why wearing masks for an hour and 50 minutes makes me lightheaded and sleepy, just like I don't understand how pulling my mask down and drinking water for 3 seconds in class could somehow transfer COVID to others. Few teenagers and students are dying from COVID because we get over it in a few days, just like a flu. Now that our teachers have been vaccinated, I feel that masks should be optional for students. Suicide, not COVID, is the leading cause of death for students right now. I feel it's because of masks. I read about a smiling study back in middle school, and it said that it's very rare for someone not to smile back when someone else smiles at them, and that single smile positively impacted their day. Smiling is a chain reaction, meaning that it takes one smile to make another person smile, and that person can make another person smile, and so on. I understand that a smile is not always the way to make someone else feel joyful, but I believe that in most cases, it has a major impact on someone's day. Going to school used to be a way for me to be able to interact and laugh with other students. But I feel that now with masks, it's hard to get through to others because they can hide behind their mask. I know that you have very little you can do about the mask, but I hope I could give you some food for thought. I desperately await the day when I could go back in public and see others smiling at each other without hiding behind a piece of cloth. I hope that I can go back to living happily and smile like a child, not awaiting to hear what the next COVID case count is, as I'm sure you are too. Usually I feel I'm the type to push through something even if it's tough, but I feel like continuing to wear a mask at school is not something I should have to endure unless I'm sure it would benefit me or others, which in my opinion, it does not. I hope to see a more joyful and maskless high school soon. Many regards, Hannah. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for getting our schools open.
Ian Silverthorne.
Ian, if you unmute, you may go ahead and speak.
Yeah, good evening, Ian Silverthorne. I have 3 children in the school district. I called in at the last meeting and spoke with some words that I think were pretty direct, and I wanted to call in tonight and thank the district for opening full-time in the fall. I recognize that there were a number of external and political type pressures at play here. And I just want to say thank you for doing the right thing. The start of our nation recovering from this entire thing was getting to go back out. And the next big phase was getting students back in school normally. And I just want to take a minute to address I listened through a lot of the public comment previously in which a lot of students called in asking for the district to make a statement on stopping Asian hate. And I just want to say, I couldn't comment to say that this opening schools back up was an easy and non-political decision without also saying that issuing that statement in support of Asian students is even easier and even less controversial. I hope you do so because a number of students spoke with great passion tonight. And I think the school district issuing a statement condemning Asian hatred of any kind, no matter what you believe of what degree it's going on, would go a long way in making them feel more welcome in this district. And I think it's something that the board needs to do. Thank you, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. And we have Molly Garibaldi.
Good evening. I want to say thank you to our wonderful superintendent, district staff, and the school board trustees for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts and my heart with you tonight. I also want to express my appreciation for all you've done to help our students ride the wave of the pandemic this last year. I have a son who is a freshman at San Juan Hills High School, and I would like to address tonight the format for instruction in the secondary classroom for the next school year. I already feel like my prayers have been answered, and I'm super happy to hear the proposal that's been presented, but I'll go ahead and share my thoughts just so I can reiterate the plan that's being presented. I was just hoping that our plan would include fully in-person 5-day-a-week instruction for our secondary kids. And when I say in-person, I mean fully engaged with teachers and classmates without the use of a computer screen. My son has been very grateful to be attending school at all, especially when so many other school districts in California were not open. However, it's been very discouraging to watch classmate after classmate who are originally on campus in person returning home for the 100% online option. In every single case for our circle of friends and neighbors, these students are not leaving campus due to health concerns with the COVID virus. Their reason for switching to online has been a feeling of isolation, lack of social connection while on campus, frustration with not being able to hear or effectively communicate with classmates, classmates that are 5 feet apart and talking through masks, being reprimanded for not pulling masks up between bites of lunch, and just a general feeling that all the effort to get up early, arrange transportation, and get to and from campus was not worth the benefit of being there. This has been heartbreaking for me. In all honesty, I've even encouraged my son to just go online several times simply because it has been such a challenge for our family to get him to and from school with a schedule that has changed several times during the year. And he's out at noon some days, and so that's hard. But I'm super proud of my son for hanging in there and remaining committed to showing up. He's not one to usually complain. He has a natural love for learning and one of those kids that just enjoys school. Yet even for him, he's been very vocal about the lack of community and social engagement experiences on campus. His classes have at most 6 students present. They sit in the classroom on their Chromebooks, Zooming with their teachers and classmates with almost no conversation or connection going on in the classroom. This is not the teacher's fault. I totally understand the challenges they are facing to teach 2 audiences, those sitting in front of them and those remote learning. But I'm here tonight to plead that those who are developing the remote opening plan for next year ensure that students are expected to show up and allowed to learn without the need of a device in front of them in order to ask a question or participate in a class discussion. The focus needs to be on the students who are present in the classroom. So I 100% concur with the CAPE's recommendation to shift online learners to a separate program through Capistrano Virtual School and CalPrep Academy for those families who don't feel comfortable with or medically cannot opt for in-person instruction. And so I'm very happy about that. And I'd just like to ask that they do a survey of parents and students to get an accurate picture of how families are feeling about what school will look like next year regarding schedules, instructional formats, and masking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our speakers on the opening of 2.0. And now I'll open it up to the board if you have any questions. Yes, Trustee Hanachek.
Thank you. First, a comment. I echo Rhonda's sentiments. I think since I've been on the board for a while, this is the most collaborative environment. Of course, this is a unique environment, but for me, I feel that much more confident. I always feel confident in staff and Rhonda and Joy and their associations, but this really gives me an extra heightened amount that you are all working together. I feel like what you all, these are the brains, and that what you all come up with will be wonderful, and I'm really excited about it too. So I have a question around the survey. Can you go back over that, and really is it's really either, is it actual early registration, or is it just still getting a temperature? Or are we asking folks to give us, I think I was understanding that this is necessary to start staffing. So I'm wondering if it's a misnomer to say survey, because you want people to have action around this item.
Yes, thank you very much, Trustee Hanachek. I agree. When we first described it as a survey, we really didn't describe it correctly. We need not just a how do you feel, but we need to know a commitment from families so that we know how to staff, because the staffing implications of the online program will be significant. And so we need to have that. While we recognize it's early, we want to clearly describe, as we've done here, what the online programs would look like, and then ask families for truly an early registration. Which program are you registering for? We then can bring that data back. So you're absolutely right. It's not a survey. It's really more of an early registration form. Now, we recognize from last summer as well the challenges with asking families to commit when the programs are not clearly defined. So we realize that we need to, again, clearly define, this is what the online programs look like. In-person is much more simple for next year than it was certainly for this year. Not as many options to choose from. So clearly define what those programs are, and then ask for them to commit, so that we then can say, here's what the staffing would look like for these programs when we come back May 19th. So you're absolutely right. Survey is the wrong way to describe it.
So whatever language you need to use to get them to act and not go, oh, I don't want another survey, that would be great. And then I think you mentioned in the CUC-PTSA meeting, again, we are dependent upon the health organizations that guide us. And I think we're looking at more June, we would have some specificity around that. Because folks are going to be making health decisions, right, as well. And then I know part of your reopening plan down the road will be that probably, I'm truly imagining an environment where the way we are going, masks will be, you know, not mandated. I'm just assuming that the way things are going, but we have to respect that there will be students that want to come back in person and teachers that will be wearing masks. So just within your teams, whichever team this falls in, we will have to make sure that the environment in our school is receptive and open to both groups that want to come in, and that masks are accepted if that comes to pass where it's optional. Because I think folks will definitely want to still wear them for a variety of reasons. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Dr. Merwin, though, we have a little bit of information about what the state is predicting about masks. So I just want to make sure we're able to clarify that for our community.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. So yeah, a couple of things, if I may just speak briefly on masks, because I also appreciate the public speakers this evening and what they shared with us. So first, we anticipate that masks will continue. Masks will continue to be required. We expect to hear more from the governor. He mentioned June 15th as a date where additional information would be shared. CDPH would update their guidance regarding California reopening. We do expect guidance to be potentially modified or look a little different at that time, but everything we're hearing right now is that masks will continue. So on the topic of masks, and I appreciate the speakers this evening and what they shared with us, I would like to point out that on the CDC website, there is a linked science brief, community use of cloth masks to control the spread of SARS-CoV-2. This was updated November 20th, 2020 as well, the same date as the research that was shared tonight. And I encourage anyone who's interested to go to the CDC website and look up the science brief. There are multiple studies internationally that talk about how facial coverings, community use of masks is a critical mitigating factor. So I just want to put that out there for all of you and for the community. CDPH, in their most recent guidance, the states, our Department of Public Health, has stated very clearly that it is one of the highest mitigating factors that we can use, community mask wearing, and that it is required, it's very clear in the guidance, it is required for the entire school day, except for eating or drinking. And then finally, we heard a speaker tonight that talked about the challenges with facial coverings for their child. We encourage families to work with their principals, to meet with the principal and talk to them about potential accommodations, because through a 504 process or an IEP process, accommodations are possible, such as a face shield with a drape. So there are options available. Families should go to their principal, and then they would work through either the 504 or IEP process for masks. So it's a long answer to a short question, but we will be watching very closely on CDPH guidance, because CDPH, as a public entity, CDPH sets that standard of care for us as a public school district, and we must follow CDPH's guidance. We do not have an option as a public school district.
I appreciate all that information. It's very, very helpful. And then I do think that we need to understand too that Stanford University has given a rebuttal or a disclaimer about the study cited this evening. I totally respect that people get information, but it is not a study coming out of Stanford University.
Yes, Trustee Hanachek, you're absolutely correct. Thank you for clarifying on that study.
Dr. Merwin, in the case of parents inquiring, and I myself am very curious, perhaps down the road as more information rolls out, the news about the face mask is very disappointing to many people, but I'm sure parents are very curious and students, and will want the CAPE team to address this. What happens in the schoolroom, in the classroom? Will the teacher still be behind the plexiglass? I'm sure PPE, we're going to still be worrying about, washing our hands all the time. Will we still have arrows on the ground because we will have to follow that? These kinds of things that the most normal is we can have all these kids back, but we're still so protective. So as you start to peel away the onion and these things change, it will be important to kind of share that with families so they can anticipate the environment that their kids, and they can prepare their kids. Because when you say we're going back normal full time, they might be thinking that they can shred all these things. We are now a one-to-one Chromebook. So they'll still be on computers, but they won't be having the teacher divided with the live streaming and all. But all these kinds of things that you could share as we learn them down the road would be helpful in preparation for the return. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bolikas. And I'm imagining too, if you remember last summer when we were describing the programs for 1.0, this school year's programs, we created the day in the life of a typical day, and we described what that would look like as the student arrived on campus and what the classroom would look like, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm imagining something like that would be helpful again for our families so they can really understand what that would look like. And we would, of course, whatever those factors are, distancing obviously just changed from 6 feet to 3 feet in recent guidance, allowing us to increase in-person learning. We really don't know how will these factors change moving forward. As soon as we have more information, we'll paint the picture for families so that they can know what to expect.
And I have to add one more most important question every kid's going to ask. Can I sit with my friends for lunch? That's going to be important to them. So we'll stay tuned. Okay, if there are no more further questions, there are. I don't have a light system, so I'm not sure.
Oh, so you don't see this?
Oh, on your light. Okay, I'm sorry. Trustee Nicholas.
Thank you. I echo both of the comments from Trustee Hanachek and Trustee Bolikas. And I appreciate people pointing out different studies and articles that get released. We see those all the time. And what I usually tell people is, whether I believe a Stanford study or a NIH study or a New England Journal of Medicine study, or I read them all, they're all very good. But until CDPH says something different, it's almost impossible for us to change. So for any of those that keep sending us articles, maybe you send those articles to CDPH and make sure, I'm sure somebody there is reading them all, but that's still, and somebody said, well, it's not a law, they don't make laws. No, but in this, we are in a kind of still a pandemic emergency, and we are required to follow those guidelines as the standard of care. And we can be sued if we don't. So the people that want to sue us because we have masks, as ones that we don't, we'll get sued either way. But I shouldn't say that in public, should I? Anyway, so we listen to all that, but we still are kind of at the mercy of CDPH. And I know this is going to be a tough one, Dr. Merwin, because your timeline here, and I agree that we really can't call it a survey. We have to call it a registration or a sign up or a commitment. But I know parents are going to say, wait a minute, I'm going to get this next Monday and I have till May 3rd to figure out, and they're going to have all these questions. Like, can I sit with my kids? Are there still, if we have to wear masks, I don't want to come back. And we aren't going to be able to say, and we really have, I think, an FAQ as much as possible, although by May 3rd, I'm not sure you're going to have enough answers there. You're going to get all those questions. So, I mean, if I'm a parent deciding which way I'm going to ask you, I don't want to be on a laptop in my class anymore. Well, are all teachers going to be teaching with a Chromebook in person? I don't think so, but that's going to be a question, because that's one of the things people didn't like. And to confirm that we don't plan to do the concurrent teaching, that if I want to go back to class, I want my teacher talking to me, not to a screen. So got to anticipate, and that's where the survey, if there was a survey, or maybe we can get a focus group together saying, well, what questions do you want answered before you are ready to commit to this? I'm sure we'll all get email questions about that. So that, again, can't be called a survey. It's got to be, if we want people to commit, and maybe there's a last minute change too, because we have to, you're right, we have to do the staffing to be able to support that. Anyway, that's not so much a question, just as a, be ready for it.
Thank you, Trustee McNicholas. I appreciate that. And I remember, I have these, it's almost like these moments where the last summer comes back into view right away. And I remember when we put out that first information to families about programs last summer, we did say, if school started today, masks would be required. We had key, at least bullets for families to know, okay, here are the key. And like you said, what would be the most important things they want to know as they're making the selection? Try to list those or include those so that they feel like they can make a fairly informed decision. So the point is well taken.
And you have a middle school son. So, anybody on the staff that has kids, they're going to, what they're going to ask. So
We have 2 more trustees with questions. Please add to your list. As a former room mom every year for both kids, moms want to know, dads want to know if they can come back and be in the classroom assisting. So please add that. Trustee Jones.
There's been a lot said about masks and Stanford and all these other things. And I wanted to and thank you, Trustee McNicholas. I think those are excellent points. I want to kind of reiterate and state a slightly different way why we have to follow the rules that the state puts forward. And this isn't Governor Newsom, this is the California Department of Public Health, and they are not, to the best of my knowledge, political appointees. We have to follow what they say, the same as we have to follow rules about what we teach and don't teach. We have rules on how the sizes of classrooms, the way schools are built, what we serve for lunch. I thought of a few while I was sitting here and I've mostly forgotten what they were. But the point is that everything we do in a public school is regulated by the state. And there are very, very few things we have choices about. We argue about all those things here on the school board, but there's really not a lot we have choices on. So you can say, well, just violate the rules. Well, but they're the ones who send us the money. And if we don't follow their rules, they can actually defund us. And where are you going to be then? People have also said, well, just let us do waivers. We can't do waivers in a public school because we have to provide a free public education. And if the 4 of you provide waivers, but the 4 of you do not, then that's not a free education to everybody. We can't say you must do a waiver in order to go to school. We can't do that. We have to do what the state says we have to do, and we can't require waivers. Those are wonderful ideas, but it doesn't fly. Thanks.
You took the words out of my mouth, Trustee McNicholas. That's exactly what I was going to say because I was looking at the time frame and I'm thinking, okay, so we're sending this out April 26th and then we're supposed to make a decision by May 3rd. So my question was just, how are we getting the information? How are we educating families so that they can make that educated decision? So that was my big question, which Martha so eloquently put together in her words. So that would be my same thoughts.
And I was just going to say, I thought what Greg Young called in with was so important in that we really need to know how many kids are going to do 100% online to know what it's going to look like, right? So if only 20 high school kids choose it, and we're hoping to get these kids back to campus, right? We're hoping it's really for medical necessity that you're choosing to stay home. I could see someone not realizing that and thinking it was going to look more like this year, picking it, and then, in the middle of summer saying, well, I had no idea my child couldn't take Spanish too. right? But we won't know what that child can take until we know how many kids are doing it. So I wonder if with regard to that in particular, 100% online, if there's a way we can do like a two-step process with that where we can know what it looks like first before you officially register. I'm just most concerned about that. I think obviously getting kids back is good. Cal Prep is running well, but that's where my concern is.
So I'd first want to add thank you to the CAPE team. I know that it's much effort this year. I mean, the last 380 days have been a lot in education especially, and going from 1.0 to 1.5 to now 2.0. It's a lot, and thanks for all of your work, and every piece and every person matters on every part of it. I think as we're moving into 2.0 and getting back to school 5 days a week and what that looks like, there will be some adjustments with families. Families will now maybe choose to say, I might choose another option. I am all in to this option. I think there might need to be some discussion about the online program in Cal Prep combining. Obviously, especially, I know we spoke about this before, but especially if our numbers are smaller. So I think that that will probably continue to work itself out. And in regard to Chromebooks, I think moving forward, my understanding is that Chromebooks will not be the direction that CUSD will be teaching from a Chromebook every day, but rather as a tool. So we do have a one-to-one Chromebook, but I think it's important to shout that out to parents and let them understand that no, we're not expecting kindergartners to be working off a Chromebook, but rather opening a book and working with things in the kindergarten world. So I think that that's important that we share that out as well. And as parents choose what is going to work best for their family, then they have to understand all of the guidelines, and that's just where we are. And I appreciate everyone's comments for masks and those that are not for masks and what the guidance and direction. And I know there's a lot of data out on masks or no masks, and we're moving closer, and 3 feet apart is much closer than 6 feet apart. And yes, I think echoing some parents that shared that people are gathering at the park and at games and at activities and with families and events, then I think we'll start to open up more. And I think it's really important that we continue as a state of California to look at the importance of children. And I can't imagine being a speech pathologist and working with children with a mask. I taught kindergarten and helping children learn to enunciate and work on and ka. It's hard to hear, even as adults, it's hard to hear each other with masks. So I think that as we move forward, maybe some of that will work itself out a little sooner than later.
Thank you. Student Advisor Beskar?
Hello, I just wanted to share some feedback when I spoke to the ASB presidents about just this year and some of the communication. I think a lot of students face the issue with fluidity in communication from teachers. Sometimes they would hear something, and then by the time the district released what the actual plan was, there was so much going on. Otherwise, it wasn't really clear. So giving students the time to actually understand what the plan is, I think was really helpful, because I think what ends up happening is kids don't understand it as well, and they make a decision and then the deadline passes and they don't have the opportunity kind of to consider what's good for them. I think that's what they wanted to share, that they, during the 6 week, the back to 4 days in person, they said that some of the teachers said that they would have an option, and then from the district, they weren't sure what was the actual truth. So maybe giving that more time for them to understand it and make sure that they're making the best decisions for their family. And then could the district clarify where people can go for general questions? Because I know there's a lot of questions, but a lot of students don't know where to go, and their families aren't sure if they should ask their principals or on the website they should go. Thank you.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So we do have a reopening schools website. We will continue to be updating that with this new information, with the information about the early registration, with the information about the programs. We'll continue to build that out. And as it said in the timeline, we will actually then shift to a new launch a new website that kind of has the brand of next year with it. So in the meantime, definitely we encourage families to go to right off of our district home website, click on reopening, and that's where we'll be housing announcements and information for students and for families.
So I don't know if anybody can speak to it, but in terms of, there is a communication plan that's being put together. It's going to roll out, but we're looking at today's the 21st and May 3rd is a Monday. So we have essentially a week and a half. We've got 2 weekends in there. And so do you anticipate by the end of this week, early next week, any guesses in terms of when a frequently asked questions, when some of this information will go out?
We will definitely, the CAPE team will be meeting right away to then kind of discuss and digest tonight's guidance and questions. And then we know there is incredible urgency to come out with, like we just came out with an FAQ for employees regarding reopening 1.5, and we know the value of that. So we will be hard at work to get the FAQ and to have good, clear, really decide on that clear description of what the programs are, so families can make that educated choice, because it is a tight timeline. We recognize that, and we have our work cut out for us, but we are meeting right away to hit the ground running.
And we do appreciate that. Your work is never done. Thank you.
Judy, I have just a real quick, listening to all of this communication and where to go on the website, it makes me wish, Krista has brought this up before, that we had a texting system. If I could get a text right now saying, reminding me, update it on where to go, the link is live, and I just click it on my phone, it would be spectacular. Reminding me of maybe, hey, get this in by this. And this is how we all operate, especially not to hunt around on our website. I go crazy. So anyway, hopefully that's something we can still, that's been brought up a lot of times by Krista, and that we can go back to looking at a district our size, and especially during COVID and the type of communication we are needing to do would be great.
I think the team can address where we are on that.
The Ed Tech JPA is actually in the process. I think they're in the process of evaluating some of the an RFP that was sent out for a unified communication system that includes that kind of thing, texting and translation services. But we do have bits and pieces of it now in School Messenger that does do that kind of thing, but we're looking at something that's more comprehensive and unified.
And if I'm going to add one more thing, whatever you do send out, everything we send out, if we could make sure that it's also in Spanish. Yes. I think all of our communication, we're trying to do that now. So, okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you. That's very important.
Okay, so again, this is only an informational item. There is no need for any action from the board. So we are now going to advance to number 23, the proposed City of San Juan Capistrano Tirador Community Facilities District. And we're going to recognize Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent Business and Support Services, to present this item.
Thank you, President Bolkus and trustees. So this item 23 also relates to item 24 and 25. And normally when a developer is building a development, they pay developer fees, but sometimes they form a CFD. So in this case, they've formed a CFD with the City of San Juan Capistrano as the lead agency and would like us to be a party to it just to receive the mitigation payments. So I'd like to, this is the information item, and so I'll turn it over to Keith Weaver with Government Financial Strategies to provide a brief presentation on the development and how we're receiving the mitigation fees. So I'll turn it over to Keith Weaver.
Hi, good evening. I do have a presentation to share, and so if I could either be allowed to share my screen or if it could be put up on screen, that would be helpful.
Keith, go ahead and see if you can share your screen.
Okay, I'm getting a message that I cannot screen share while another's sharing. Okay, it looks like I was able to get it up on screen. Thank you, and I apologize for the delay. So just really briefly tonight, I am sharing with you information about the proposed City of San Juan Capistrano Corridor Community Facilities District, why this is being brought to us, what's some background about this new development, what's the potential benefit for us, and then wrap up with some suggested next steps. So the background on this community facilities district, first of all, the City of San Juan Capistrano is the lead agency. The City Council has already taken preliminary steps to form the CFD at their January meeting. And so should Capistrano Unified School District participate in the CFD, we would receive funds, but we would not be responsible for a lot of the administration, issuing the bonds, setting the tax levies, all of the ongoing administrative and reporting requirements would not be our responsibility. That would be the city's responsibility. Now, the city is a member of a statewide organization called the California Statewide Communities Development Authority, and CSCDA for short. CSCDA manages a program called SCIP, the Statewide Community Infrastructure Program, and the city has delegated administration of the CFD to them. So CSCDA would be the face of this CFD to the community. Now, in terms of background, the owner of this development is called Arroyo Capital. They are based in Irvine. They just recently purchased this development from another organization called San Juan Corridor LLC. This just recently happened, so we do have a lot of revised documents here, including this presentation. The home builder is called Lancy Homes, and Lancy Homes will be the face of the new development to the community and market the homes for sale. There's proposed to be 132 homes within this development. 118 would be market rate and pay CFD fees, a mix of both single family detached as well as townhomes, along with some affordable units that would pay statutory development impact fees. Development is under review by the City Planning Commission, so may be subject to change. Now here on the slide is a map showing where this new development is proposed. You can see it's adjacent to the 5 freeway. It's just south of the Ortega Highway. And the big building between the freeway and the development is a 24-hour fitness location. Now, in terms of the potential benefit to the school district, we would get development mitigation fees that are above and beyond what's in statute. So the CFD is proposing a $5.30 per square foot fee. Under statute, it's $4.08. So what that means is that if we were to participate in the CFD, we get about $1.2 million of funds. Under statute, we would get about $940,000. So there's a $260,000 benefit to participating in the CFD. These funds would be received at the time the CFD issues bonds. There was no annual pay-as-you-go funds. And this would be a very similar approach to what the district did with Essentia School and receiving CFD funds from Orange County through their CFD. So why is this opportunity being offered to us? Why is the developer willing to pay higher fees than what's required under statute? The reason is because the fees here would be funded by CFD bonds and over time CFD taxpayers rather than the developer. And so it's coming from a different source, coming from taxpayers rather than paid through the purchase price of homes. In addition, the district would pass control to the city, and the city has outsourced control to CSCDA. So there's a lack of control here. And then finally, the city has made a public policy decision to pursue this method. The decision for the district is really whether to join or not. And if the district does not join, then we would just receive statutory development impact fees. So if we were to participate in the CFD, the funds would go toward the schools that serve that CFD. That's Ambule Elementary, Marco Forrester Middle, and San Juan Hills High School. So next steps. Tonight, the next couple of agenda items are for your consideration. One is a school facilities mitigation agreement with Arroyo Capital that talks about how to receive the funds. And the second is a resolution authorizing a joint community facilities agreement with CSCDA to participate in their issuance of CFD bonds so that we can receive the funds. And then with your approval, it's expected we receive the first round of funds either late this calendar year or early next year, with full funds expected by the end of the 2023 calendar year. And the actual funding amount will be dependent on the pace of the new homes that are being built within this new development. So thank you, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Trustees, do we have any questions?
Martha does, and I do.
Trustee McNicholas.
Hi, Keith. I know in the past, we've gone kind of full circle on CFDs. We had a bunch of them, and we've tried over the last 5 or 6 to 8 years, tried to get out of CFDs or pay them off or that sort of thing. So I'm a little reluctant to join. I mean, I like the idea of getting money for our school. That's good. But I also need to kind of think about the taxpayers in this CFD. Because like you said, the reason that the developer would want to do this is that it's going to be paid over time from the actual people that buy the house as a tax, as opposed to having them have to pay it up front, and that means increasing the housing prices. So unlike other CFDs where we are the primary, we wouldn't have to review this every year and decide whether we're going to up the tax levy or refinance anything.
No. This would be, yeah, as Keith mentioned, this is just like the CFD that the County of Orange did for the Rancho Mission Viejo development. And then we had a joint community facilities agreement to then, when this County of Orange issued bonds, then they provided the money for the land and to build Ascensia. And then that's it. We're not a party to the CFD. We don't have to establish the levy. Our name doesn't show up on the tax bills. So.
Okay. I mean, the homeowners are still going to have to pay the tax. It just won't show that it's coming to us. It'll say it's going to the.
Right. It's just we would receive a one-time payment from when they issued bonds. We'd get a one-time payment for this amount, and then we would be finished.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was a one-time payment thing.
Yeah, and to clarify, it might be more than once. I think it's probably more like 2 or 3 times. But to your point,
each bond sale, right?
Okay.
We get from each bond sale, we would get one amount, right?
yeah, correct. But to your point, we would not be revisiting this every single year to set tax levies or issue bonds or consider refinancing. That would be entirely out of our hands.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Trustee Hanchek.
So if we don't do this, do we get lesser development fees up front, or what happens to us?
Keith, you want to answer that?
Sure. So if we don't do this, then we get development fees that's required under statute. So that is a lesser amount, but it is still funds that we would receive. And again, that's it's estimated to be about $940,000 instead of 1.2 million. So we would still get funds. We would just receive less than if we were to participate in the CFD.
Okay, then that doesn't seem like the best business move to serve kids that will be residing in that community. So it would be much better to serve them and support their schools in their way, especially we've got Ambule and Marco, which are older. Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
No other question? Oh, Trustee Davis?
One-time negotiation may be paid out over several, correct?
Right. As they issue bonds, we would get a portion of those bonds until they met the entire obligation.
Do I have a motion to move the item?
So moved.
This is an information item.
Oh.
So there's 2 other
You're
items.
right.
The following items are the mitigation agreement and actually the joint community facilities agreement. So there's 2 other items, action items that are related to this.
Okay, that's why I thought this was separated because we had to approve this to go on the other 2. I'm sorry. All right. Would you like to proceed and present then the school facilities mitigation agreement for Arroyo Capital 2 LLC?
Sure. So item 24 is similar to how the agreements we had with the ranch for the Ascensia School. So this is an agreement with the developer for the mitigation of the schools for the fees. So and staff recommends approval.
I move approval.
Motion by trustee Hannachek. Seconded.
We all did.
Seconded by trustee McNicholas. And
It's a roll call, I think.
now we will need a roll call.
Student Advisor Boschker,
Aye.
Trustee Bolkus,
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos,
Aye.
Trustee Jones,
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas,
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein, Trustee Davis, Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
The motion carries 7-0 to approve the school facilities mitigation agreement with Arroyo Capital 2 LLC with preferential advice and Student Advisor Boschker.
The next agenda item number 25 is the resolution number 2021-36, the resolution of the Capistrano Unified School District authorizing the execution and delivery of a joint community facilities agreement with the California Statewide Communities Development Authority relating to a community facilities district to finance certain public facilities and authorizing staff to cooperate with the authority and its consultants in connection therewith. We'll recognize Clark Hampton to present this item.
Thank you, President Bolkus. So the previous item is the mitigation agreement with the developers to say they've met their agreement. This item 25 is our agreement with the city of San Juan Capistrano, but really through the California Statewide Communities Development Authority that San Juan Capistrano is using. So it's our agreement with them to receive the actual payments when they issue bonds.
Do we have any questions? All right, may I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2021-36, the resolution of the Capistrano Unified School District authorizing the execution and delivery of a joint community facilities agreement with the California Statewide Communities Development Authority relating to a community facilities district to finance certain public facilities and authorizing staff to cooperate with the authority and its consultants in connection therewith.
So moved.
Moved by trustee Davis and seconded by trustee Jones. Mrs. Hayes, can you call roll, please?
Student Advisor Boschker.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bolkus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hannachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to adopt resolution number 2021-36 with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Boschker.
Agenda item number 26, the committee for renaming Sarah High School to Capistrano Union High School. Again, we're going to recognize Deputy Superintendent Business and Support Services, Clark Hampton.
Thank you, President Bolkus, trustees. So this item, as noted, was the formation of a committee after a trustee requested there be a committee to review the naming of Sarah High School. And so the committee met and has arrived at a recommendation to rename Sarah High School to Capistrano Union High School. And that is the name of the school. The school is coming up on its 100-year anniversary, and that was the original name of the school when it was built. And the former principal, Meg Gervais, is available for answering any questions. She's actually still the principal, but she's got a new job soon. So she's here to answer any questions that the trustees may have on the process for going through renaming the school.
Okay. We do have one speaker, and that is Markella Wass.
We do not have her currently logged in.
Okay. Meg, we have you out there?
I am here. Good evening.
Meg, congratulations. We're so excited for you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So I know, being on the committee, that you are for this. Does anybody have any questions for Meg?
I just have a comment, and I want to thank Trustee Jones for initially bringing this forward. This is actually a lot of fun. It's not always fun to rename schools, but there's so much confusion around every time you try to Google this amazing school, and it deserves, I just love the name of it, Capistrano Union High School. It's very retro, and it fits your super cool kids that you have there and your staff. So I think it's great. Obviously, I'll be voting for it.
Trustee McNicholas?
So Meg, would you call it Union?
Probably Union for short. So Union High School, and the formal name would be Capistrano Union High School.
Yeah, I think that's cool. And you actually had student input on this too?
We did. I actually made a presentation to every single class to share with students that this was an idea moving forward and to get their input. And there's general consensus that they understand there's tremendous confusion having two similarly named schools within a mile of one another on the same street in the same city. So they experience some of the confusion when they share that with their family and friends, as we do, and I'm sure as the other school does as well.
Well, and I strongly recommend that it is referred to as Union, because I am an alumni as a Cougar. And if you start referring to it as Capo, I'm going to think you're talking about Capistrano Valley High School, because we should Capo.
I agree. So the whole idea would be to replace the Sarah with Union and go with that. We haven't referred to ourselves as Junipero Serra High School either. So we'll be using Union High School moving forward if the board approves.
Okay.
It's my understanding that it was originally called Capistrano Unified School District, or Capistrano Unified High School, right? Capistrano Union High School. Okay.
Yes, and we actually have a community member, Pat Forster, that is quite involved with the alumni group from the original high school. There are members still remaining in our community. They had their 100th anniversary planned in October. It, of course, got canceled because of COVID, but he has some of the original signage that he's going to bring, so that if this does get approved and move forward, we would attempt to replicate what was originally on the facade of the building to name it Union High School.
We could save money and just put that sign back up.
He doesn't have all the pieces. So.
Okay, well, do I have a motion to move of the renaming of Sarah High School to Capistrano Union High School?
So move.
Moved by Trustee Castellanos. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Davis. And is this a roll call? Let's see.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries 7-0 to approve the renaming of Sarah High School to Capistrano Union High School beginning the 2021-2022 school year with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Boschkar.
Terrific. Okay, item number 27, forming a board committee for naming of business buildings. This is very much like the last agenda item, but we'll ask Clark Hampton, Deputy Superintendent, to enlighten us of this potential committee.
Thank you, President Volokis, trustees. So as trustees know, we recently revised the policy for naming of facilities to include the naming of buildings. And so with the new STEM buildings, they're going to be coming online soon, one at New Hart Middle School and the other one at Elisa Nagel High School. We wanted to bring an item forward for the board to consider if they would like to form committees for naming those buildings once they're completed. And so the committee would be a board committee up to 3 members, and then they could receive input from community and staff members as they work through this.
Well, I would like to hope that we can get support on this. I would like to have a committee. I have been approached in the city of Mission Viejo for the New STEAM building. And so there is interest there. So I would like to see if we could form a committee that then there can be discussion in terms of that. I don't know if anything if anybody has been approached about Elisa Miguel.
I would suggest that, especially you two that represent those areas, and I can get your regional committees and really understand what it means to the community and what, common names. So I would definitely support Judy and Krista, and if there's a third, whoever's kind of crosses over.
Would you like to do that? Yeah. Okay. So there's interest on the part of Trustee Castellanos and myself, Trustee Bullicus. Do we need to have 3 or?
No, it could be 2.
You can do 2? Okay. Would you like to make the motion?
I make a motion, so moved.
Okay, and I will second the motion to determine or to set up a committee, and we already have the volunteers as stated, Trustee Castellanos and Trustee Bullicus. But I guess we need to, okay, do we need to vote?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to approve the formation of a board committee for the naming of the school buildings. The committee will consist of Trustees Bullicus and Castellanos. Motion carried with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Bashbar.
So that is for the Newhart building only?
No, for both.
It's for both, okay.
Yeah, so we're representing both the community.
We should probably, we should probably have this on the list of trustee assignments that get renewed every, what is it? Is it December or January? Because, people come and go on the board and interests change and such. So maybe that could be added to that list of assignments.
Well, my understanding is that this would be a committee set up for any new buildings. We just have, in this instance, 2 new being built now. So it may become an inactive committee if there aren't any new buildings, but am I correct in that assumption?
Somewhat, and then if there's a new building that comes online in a different part of the school district, the committee can be adjusted to add members who are from that area.
Yeah, but we are creating this committee for the naming of new buildings.
Yes.
Okay. All right, number 28 is California.
Clarification, does that mean we have a revision to that policy at all? Or does that policy just say we will have a committee?
It says you would just have a committee to rename a building, if you would like to name a building.
Okay, all right, sorry to interrupt. So we're just following the policy as opposed to changing the policy. Okay, thank you.
The policy now accommodates naming of buildings, which we didn't used to do. We passed it last or previous board meeting, I can't remember.
Trustee Davis, did you have a question?
I actually wouldn't think it would be an adjunct duty, for lack of a better word. I think it would come up as like pertinent for the 2 trustees that are in that area. Would like, you know what I mean? Would likely cover and help navigate the naming of a new. Just a thought.
Okay. So next on our agenda is 28, the California Connections Academy Southern California Charter School admissions preferences. And I'd like to recognize Dr. Susan Holliday, Chief Administrative Officer, Education and Support Services, to present this item.
Thank you so much, Board President Bullicus, Trustees, Superintendent Vital-Brulity. As you can see before you this evening, we have prepared 3 items tied to the Connections Academy request to modify their charter to include a lottery with admissions preferences. As shared earlier, the public hearing is required by charter law in the event that any charter seeks to add or alter their admission preferences. This is typically done through a charter's renewal process, but in this case, Connections has not had to have a lottery and therefore had not had this in their previous charter that was approved in 2019. This evening, under item number 28, we are recommending approval of Connections requests for admission preferences. The charter is requiring to add this now due to the combination of 2 things. One, the interest in more students wanting to enroll in the past year, and the recent hold harmless provision we're funding, meaning they're being funded on previous enrollments. So they only have so much money to staff. So they want to keep in mind that they have to now potentially cap enrollment because of that funding potential limitation. So these factors have caused connections to have to limit or cap enrollment. And in doing so, they would like to add the lottery process, which includes preferences. By adding this process, they now will have a transparent process to follow and to share with their community. They only need the lottery process again if their interest exceeds their staffing capabilities. The preferences are defined by legal in that rules number 1 and 2, or the preferences identified in number 1 and 2 are actually legally required, but the order is up to the charter and the authorizer. So also available this evening, I had Dr. Francie Sasson, and then I think also Dr. Richard Savage might be online if you also want to ask them questions, but staff does recommend approval of these admission preferences. Thank you.
Well, I think this is pretty non-controversial. I'm ready to just vote on it. So I move the item.
I second.
Okay, so moved by trustee Jones, seconded by trustee Hanachek.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0 to approve California Connections Academy, Southern California's admission preferences with the modification to preference 2 with a preferential vote of aye from student advisor Bhaskar.
Okay, and item number 29, resolution number 2021-39, resolution of the Board of Trustees to approve material revision to Charter of California Connections Academy, Southern California Charter School. And again, I'm going to recognize Dr. Susan Holliday, Chief Administrative Officer, Education and Support Services, to present this item.
Okay, thank you again, Board President Bulkus, trustees, and Superintendent Vital-Ruti. This is part 2 of the process. This item seeks the approval to add the lottery and preferences to their actual petition. So this has to also be approved by the board. Legal counsel has reviewed this and it all is in alignment with current law. So adding these lottery and the preferences is considered a significant change to a charter, and that is why we have to bring it back as a material revision and have board approval for this. Staff recommends approval.
Move approval.
Second. Gila, I second.
Motion made by trustee McNicholas and seconded by trustee Hanachek.
Francie thanks you for staying till the end.
Thank you. I'll call the roll. Student advisor Bhaskar.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bulkus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to approve resolution number 2021-39, resolution of the Board of Trustees to approve material revision to Charter of California Connections Academy, Southern California Charter School, with a preferential vote of aye from student advisor Bhaskar.
And agenda item number 30, resolution number 2021-41, resolution to implement local assessments in lieu of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress except for grade 11. I'd like to recognize Gregory Merwin, Chief Academic Officer, Education and Support Services, to present this item.
Thank you, President Bulkus, trustees, Superintendent Vital-Ruti. I present to you item 30, resolution number 2021-41, resolution to implement local assessments in lieu of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, except for grade 11. As it says in the board report, given the challenges of administering a lengthy state assessment, the limited instructional time we have with our students before the end of the school year, wanting to ensure we focus on supporting staff and students with the full return to in-person learning, staff is recommending the board approve administering local assessments in grades 3 through 8 in lieu of the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, also known as the CASP, except in grade 11. Staff recommends trustees approve the resolution. We are happy to answer any questions at this time.
We do have one speaker, Michelle Plossel Campbell, on item number 30. We have 2 speakers, but we will go first with Michelle.
Good evening, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. Happy to be speaking with you on what should have been the last item on your agenda for tonight. But as I remember, there are 2 consent items to go back to, or 3 consent items, I correct myself. I strongly support the use of local assessments such as iReady for our annual assessment tool for this most unusual of years. I appreciate that the use of this tool takes away the least instructional time from schedules that have already missed so many minutes. My one hope is that when reporting out results to parents in grades 3 through 5, the results from their start of year and mid-year iReady assessments are included on the report so parents can see the growth of our students over this year. My one question is, given we have licensing costs for iReady for the grades that were not already using this program, are we going to continue using iReady in grades 6 through 8 as the common grade level assessments 3 times per year to assess progress where intervention is needed, such as is done at the elementary level? Or is this being viewed as a one-off and not becoming part of the toolkit teachers can use on a regular basis? And with regards to reopening, you're asking parents on May 3rd to make a decision 16 weeks before the start of another year. I appreciate the needs for staffing. I understand the complexities of staffing, but I also know that in the last 16 weeks, how great things have changed. And so asking for a binding decision on May 3rd is unfair to families. Asking for a tentative assessment of where they think their family is going to be at for August is fair, but asking for
Excuse me, Michelle, but we need.
Thank you.
We need to stay on the agenda item number 30 here. Thank you. May I call on Jessica Geyer, please?
You said everything I needed to say. Thank you.
Okay, the questions have been asked. Dr. Merwin, do you have answers?
Yes, so would like to say that we are exploring long-term use of iReady in middle school. So there are actually the middle school principals and others are working with our math curriculum specialists to really look at options with iReady for middle school. So we are definitely not seeing this as a one-off, one-time cost or investment into assessment, but we see incredible potential value in middle school using iReady long-term. So we are already exploring that and working, looking at that at this time, I believe. And then about the iReady results, Dr. Holly, did you have any information as far as being able to show the growth to families and reports?
We're in process at this moment looking at the reports that iReady provides us and determining how we want to structure those to make sure that they meet the state requirements about having to show met, exceeded, and so forth on those to make sure that that meets that. And then our goal would be to, if it's not in that exact report, we would definitely have another report where parents would be able to see the pre and then the mid and the end of year results. I know that that's been available at their fingertips anyway in iReady, and every teacher can also see that. And then also just to clarify, with iReady at the elementary level, we already have it adopted district-wide for math. And right now we have a curriculum assessment and review team. We call it CART, and Joy is a member of that as well. So we really appreciate that process. And they're actually looking at 2 systems right now. And so I want to honor that process to make sure that that team gets to bring forward the recommendation around what would be implemented elementary for English language arts. Thank you.
Trustee Nicholas.
Question about grade 11 and still implementing the CASP. I know that came up in a PTA meeting I was at, and I understand, and I think you even mentioned it at the PTA council meeting, that it was basically required for college readiness assessment too. So, but I also heard that other districts were not doing that. And I think Dr. Holliday, can you update us on that? Because I'm trying to stop the rumors kind of thing.
Thank you, Trustee McNicholas. I have verified that LA Unified is administering. I still have not received verification about San Diego Unified. I also know that the districts in Orange County that have high school students, the majority of them, I have seen a database that shows what they're doing, are administering CASP as well. And you're correct. Specifically, it's the CSU schools that require the EAP score that comes out of the CASP assessment to place kids in math and English at the college level. They struggle without that and really want to make sure kids are placed properly, where it's not necessarily something the UC schools have made mandatory and the community colleges have not. But for the CSU schools, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the plan is to continue with the CASP in 11th grade. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Castellanos?
This isn't really a question, but more of a comment around iReady. As a parent and really as an educator, I find iReady far more valuable just because it's a growth indicator type of test, right? So for at-risk students who are typically performing below grade level, as a parent, you still get to see growth. So you still get to see, wow, we've made progress this year. Whereas versus the CASP, it's just a summative report. And as a parent, I was always like, oh, great. Well, that was a great year because it's over at that point. What can you do? But iReady is that type of a test that is adaptive. And so it gives parents feedback like, yes, even though you are performing below grade level, your child is making progress at their level. So it's super valuable for parents and families to have that type of data where, of course, the summative assessment just gives you an end of your picture, really. So I truly value.
I just had a conversation with the principal today about iReady and actually even in regards to your considering it for English. So we'll talk about that another time. But the adaptiveness and actually seeing it happen, I have to think that teachers just have got to love that because the amount of time they would spend on their own reviewing tests and trying to decipher within math concepts that the student might have one that they understand, but the fraction they don't, it just hones in on what it is that that student is not grasping. And then it allows them, because it is adaptive, and it just keeps helping the student in that way. I mean, to me, it's just amazing. And even during this COVID, difficult time and all, as many teachers have expressed, when it comes to math and using the iReady, their performances, they've had improvements this year. And so I just think that that speaks volumes. So I'll be interested to see if, it's then in the middle schools with the success rate that I'm hearing in the elementary schools. Let's see, and I think it was Trustee Davis, and then we'll go back to Trustee Jones.
Two questions or comments. One is, how long have we been using iReady in the district? Okay. 2 or 3 years in elementary and as well as middle school. We're looking to implement iReady in middle school moving forward. Okay.
Correct. So we've had it in place, been very successful, as Trustee Belikas shared at our elementary school. We learned this year that they have it all the way up to 8th grade. And we have great interest by our school sites to look at this tool. And so it's perfect timing. We'll look at it, we'll actually use it. And then from there, work through on if this is the system we want to implement at that level. But it'd be great. I mean, we really do need an automated system at the middle school level for assessments.
Thank you. And can we opt out of the CASP for 11th grade for this year?
Yes, students can opt out. We would want to make sure that they understand that without that score, that it would impact a CSU application though.
But we as a district can't opt out. We still have to have some.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. The student can and always has been able to.
And I think the only downside, right, just to reiterate, is that students applying to CSU, we don't want to keep them from being able to finish their applications.
Correct. But I also heard that was maybe not going to be a factor.
Has that changed?
The most recent information I received as of, I want to say it was Monday or Friday afternoon, no, that has not changed. So I have not heard anything different from CSU, and we get regular reports from OCDE from the different accountability units like CSU, USC, and the community colleges to make sure we're really up to speed. So at this point, I have not heard anything different, and they are asking that they have that data point.
And the last thing is, I know it's cumulative, so it's not just based on this year, which is great. So it's, you know, the last 3 years worth of work. So thank you.
Trustee Hanachek, did you have a comment?
Yes, just a quick question. Where can parents see their iReady math results at the elementary level? Where do they go? Where can they see them?
So previously, that was something that
iReady, sorry.
Previously, that is something that a parent could have access to, but as we move into now assessing, we will have it only available to the teachers, and then we will release it to parents probably, I would say, early June. And we will be mailing, if we can't figure out how to get it in Aries, which we hope we can, we could do both. We could mail and put it in Aries, but that's the logistics we're working out right now as we figure out, you know, the integration of the two systems.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Do we not currently have teachers putting that into Canvas for parents?
Yes,
so they can
see. That's correct.
So wouldn't that allow them to see it immediately, or are we holding it, and for what purpose?
So right now, it's available if the teacher pulls it, right, and places it there for the parent or student to see it. For purposes of prepping for the end of the year benchmark, which is used for placement, right? It's used for 5th grade to be placed in 6th grade acceleration and so forth. We want to hold and look at the scores and the results, and then be able to then communicate to families based on that data, what that report says.
Okay, and Trustee Jones?
Now, let me try. So part of the issue, as I understand it, is that there's been a perception that families are helping children at home with some of these assessments. So my understanding is that you want to do this final assessment, hold the data so that no one has access to that data except for the parent. So that, except for the teacher, and then re-release it after you make sure whoever's getting into accelerated and non-accelerated. Does that make sense? Is that what's happening?
That's exactly correct. Thank you, Superintendent.
They will only take the test in class?
No, no, they will have the option to take it remotely proctored as well.
I just think there's going to be a brief window. Right now, if you do it tonight, you can press the button and get on and do iReady with your student. There'll be a brief window, which will tell parents that you won't be able to have that access, and then you'll have the access again. I just think we have to communicate that well to parents.
So then just to clarify, so past or mid-year, they can't see any of it right now, right? Because it's gone into like a blackout? Or is there ability to see that mid-year results?
Sorry, every time I hit my mic, I worry I cut you off. So I apologize because the sound keeps bouncing. So I'm going to make sure I time it just right. But so what we are doing is working with iReady to see when to switch that off, because we don't start the actual benchmark assessments till like May 3rd. So we don't need to do anything right now. People can log in and look at data all they want in iReady and get access to what they need to review. Does that answer your question?
I think if there's still questions, we'll just email you.
And we will be sure to be super clear with parents about access.
I move approval of item 30.
Second.
Motion moved by Trustee Jones, seconded by Trustee McNicholas.
Student Advisor Boschker.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Bullicus.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Davis.
Aye.
Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 by a roll call vote to approve resolution number 2021-41, resolution to implement implement local assessments in lieu of California assessments of student performance and progress, except for grade 11, with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Boschker.
And I'm going to leave you with this note on agenda item number 2, donations of funds. The iReady program is so successful that the PTA at Riley is spending $3,845 to ensure they have it again. And at Tierras Creek, they're spending just under $7,000 to add it, because they already have the math, and to add the English. That's how committed these PTA parents are in seeing what their kids are getting out of iReady.
And I think to Krista's point, it's so important to have that data right away so that you can move forward with it. So it's great, thank you.
Okay, we are now going to go to consent calendar. Agenda item number 8, agreement with the Orange County Superintendent of Schools to refer students for alternative community and correctional educational schools and services for June, July, and August 2021. And that was pulled by Trustee Hanachek. If you'd like to bring to us your questions.
Thank you. Okay, I already talked to Susan a little bit about this, but I think I just want to, a parent contacted, I think there are several parents that were looking to use this school, the PCHS, if I understand it right, to take summer courses that would lighten their load. They're not deficient, lighten their loads. In their case, I believe they're part of the Dana Hills SOCIA. So take other classes. Is that possible? And then the second part is make sure that in case this is going around or isn't, or whatever this, that all of our high school guidance know exactly what application, because I think there was some direction from the school to have them go forward and apply.
Thank you, Trustee Hanachek. So the first part of this is that typically when we partner with Access, which we do on a regular basis, we've used the program multiple summers for students to go and remediate. That's usually what is offered through PCH, is to make up a class because you did poorly on a course and you need to regain those credits. We haven't done get ahead, or like you're trying to move ahead on your schedule, and often like taking geometry in the summer. We typically do not approve that through PCH and Access, and haven't. So I don't see that in place right now happening. We do have a meeting to follow up with them to work on exactly what classes we'd like them to offer. Patricia Dempsey actually helps us facilitate and lead the beast of high school summer school, which will be even larger this year than ever before. And she's going through and determining what classes we have to offer our students to make sure that our kids can first recoup. That is the most important thing, because we have so many students that need to do that. And then the get ahead will be next, as far as where they can take the get ahead. Most of the time that's through us. So that would be your geometry and your health class that would be offered through the district for that student to do that. But board policy does allow for a student to go to an accredited institution for them to then also take an additional course with approval from the school site to be able to take that course. In this case, I don't know specifically if we could allow for a specific, that specific class. I'd have to work specifically with that school site.
Okay, so then just go back to your school site. If they're probably looking for something like economics or American government or something like that. So they just go back there. Don't come to me. Okay, thank you.
Does this work something like when students took health during summer?
To answer your question, Trustee Bullock, is health is a get ahead because you're trying to complete that course in advance of trying to take it, let's say your freshman year, to alleviate your schedule. Some kids have to take it though, because some kids still are required, right, to complete this graduation requirement. So we might have a sophomore or a junior that didn't take it in the last 2 years that still needs to complete that health requirement, so they could take health through us because we will be offering that.
Okay.
I move the item. Do I have to do them separately? Yeah, I move the item.
Okay, do we have a second?
One quick.
Oh, yes, Trustee Davis.
Or second first. Question first or second first?
Question.
Okay. I think like student advisor Oscar would probably be very interested in having classes that you can take ahead. Are we just for now pausing that and then moving forward?
So we typically do in our own district, not with PCH again, back to that partnership. We typically do the get ahead in our district. So yes, that's what we offer and have available.
Thank you.
Okay, and did you want to second the motion?
Sure, second.
Okay, so we have a motion moved by trustee Hanachek and seconded by trustee Davis. And so I believe it's a roll call vote at this point. No, for consent, we can.
Because it's been pulled from consent, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0 with a preferential vote of aye from Student Advisor Bashkar.
Thank you. Let's go to item number 12, and that was trustee Jones, the consider and approve job descriptions. Trustee Jones?
So I had asked for a question on a couple of them, and we came up, the staff revised them, but I realized I missed one. And that is the Director 1 of Transportation. It has the qualifications, bachelor's degree or professional equivalent from accredited college or university in a related field. And for the Chief Facilities Officer, and I forget which other one, Executive Director, Maintenance Operations / Transportation, we changed it to college degree or equivalent industry experience. So I'd like to suggest that we also modify the Director 1 Transportation education to be college degree or equivalent industry experience. That's my only comment, question, suggestion.
Okay, and let's see, was this presented by, is this?
Which was him? Director 1 Transportation, page, I think it's 13.
So trustee Jones, you'd be making a motion that include changing the job description for the director of transportation to say college degree or industry experience as a parallel to the other two?
Or was it 5-year experience?
Well, part of it is that we've got a person who is the director, well, that person's, the person they report to, the executive director of maintenance and operations transportation, we're not requiring to have a college degree. But we are saying that the person that reports to them has to have a college degree. So, and it just seems to me that generally in these sorts of positions, it is less likely that a person will have completed 4 years of college. For the TIS jobs, for, the teaching jobs, the assistant principal, those kinds of things, it is likely they will, but it is somewhat less likely. And so the chief facilities officer is now just college degree or equivalent industry experience. The person that reports to them, the executive director of maintenance and operations / transportation, is now college degree or equivalent industry experience. And I am suggesting that the person that reports to the latter, the executive director of maintenance and operations transportation, which is Director 1 Transportation, should not be required to have more education than the two people up the line from him or her. And I caught that on those originals, but I didn't catch it on that one. So that's what I am suggesting for this change.
And the staff supports this. I think it was just an oversight.
I think it was an oversight too, but the other two were ones that I specifically asked, and you'll see it in the board questions. If staff agrees with that.
So can we get an acknowledgement from Tim Brooks as to?
Yeah, the position's in Mr. Hampton's department, but I agree with the philosophy behind it.
Yeah, I would agree with the changes that the trustee is suggesting.
Okay, so are we seeking approval then based on these changes that have been noted?
Well, the other changes are already in the agenda. We've got updated pages.
Yeah.
But the other one is just one more change. And I guess I'm going to
So
move
with
approval.
those changes, do you want to move?
I
Yes.
have one question before you move
Oh, okay, and then, did you have a question too, trustee McNicholas? Your light is on.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just gonna.
Okay, trustee Hanachek?
Okay, thank you. I guess I might as well clarify this as we go into the number 13 too, since the board gets the fun task of being the fiscal oversight. So can we explain, so this is all around efficiency work, which is great. But is it also part of our austerity work where, because it says that the positions for the new and revised job descriptions will be funded as part of the division restructure. So is it a push with the restructure, or is this going to be the funds coming elsewhere then will fund these new positions, if you will? So it's not cost neutral.
So, yes, so actually there's been a saving. So we've made reductions in those reductions, and then we've realigned people's positions.
So the reductions are in 13.
Right. So, so some of these job descriptions are simply just changing reporting relationships. There's no money involved. There's a couple that have, there's a change in range, but no job title change, things like that. But it's any money involved in any job description change is part of the restructure, which is a net reduction.
Okay. I do think it would be helpful to have a little bit more detail around this. I mean, I just, because at the end of the day, we have to explain where this is going. So, but it's a net reduction, even though we're adding, if you filled all these positions, or they're just a renaming or whatever. I don't know what is what,
Yeah,
actually.
these are just job descriptions.
Okay, just job descriptions.
To accommodate.
In case.
No, they're to accommodate the restructure. It's like, so a particular position reporting to one position, with the restructure now, that position, they're going to report to a different person.
Okay.
So the job description reflects that reporting relationship.
And this is where it would have helped us to have an org chart to begin with. So, because I don't know what's happened, where everybody's moved. Okay, all right.
But not all these positions are new or movement, because we're going through assistant principals, elementary, middle, high school, and we have people currently. So it's for when there's an opening.
Yeah, well, no, well, yeah, but they're actually happening. They're not just job descriptions that are sitting there waiting. They're going to be happening, and they're going to be filled, right?
These are pretty much all people that actually hold these positions.
Okay.
There may be one or two exceptions, but I mean, I can go through and pretty much name who all these people are.
Okay.
And I think you can.
Well, I don't know that, but that's good.
Okay, any further questions on number 12? And so, do we have a motion to move? You moved it based on the corrections, and did I have a second?
Second.
Second by trustee McNicholas. All those in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? 7-0 vote.
Motion carries 7-0 on agenda item number 12. Consider and approve job descriptions as amended to align the language for the Director 1 Transportation job description to say college degree for industry equivalent industry experience, to align with the other language of the other policies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we are on agenda item number 13, resolution number 2021-38, the reduction or elimination of certain classified services. And I would like to acknowledge,
I pulled the item.
you pulled the item, thank you. All of a sudden I'm looking.
You can acknowledge me. Pulled the item, okay. So Tim, if you don't mind, can you respond to Rhonda's discussion here from the podium? And then also, I do think that this is a case, we do need to start being a little more mindful, even if it's just in a ballpark range, because the intent is to realize overall cost savings to the district, always a good thing, except for, I'm looking at things that impact kids, right? So we're impacting kids, taking away some services, and then I would like a dollar figure in the future, or if you have a rough guesstimate now. So I appreciate that, just to
Sure.
follow up and to kind of wrap this up.
Tim, excuse me, if you can start with, because I had asked a question about this in the Q&A. Maybe you can even start with the technicians, because I was satisfied with the answer. For the theater, that's 6 positions. So can I ask you to start there in terms of maybe any explanation you're offering?
So if we're going to start there, I'll ask Clark to do that because his team had responded with the technician question. But if we want to go to, however you guys want to start, I can walk through the process of how we got to this point. And then, so each department deeply analyzes position by position, as we've been doing for months now. And that's how we get to this point. Rhonda's assertion that there was a error has either been looked at or addressed. I don't have the details of the specific error in front of me. Notices and the request to delay. We have positions on here that are 12-month positions that I do not recommend delaying. These would carry into the 21-22 school year. Seniority lists are fairly dynamic. For example, you could provide a seniority list with bumping rights in the very next week, very next couple of days. Those change, they're complex, and dynamic's the best word. So as people resign and positions change, then you get different lists and then different bumping. And the 60 days allows us to be sure that on the end of this that we're accurate with the staffing that we have. We also intentionally, I would say collaboratively, decided to postpone a couple of decisions based on the fact that we realize that these are significant to people and staffing is not clear for 21-22. You know, we just talked about the concept of 2.0 tonight. So it gives us a little time to be sure that whatever position, whatever decision is made by each person on our team is well thought out and is needed as part of what the district needs for next year. So to the theater tech, I don't have the details on that one.
So just to follow up with you, Tim, and then we can go over, I was satisfied with the answer around the technician because that was a question I had too. But so I definitely respect Rhonda going to bat for folks. These are always hard to lay these people off, and I will go with you that it was a collaborative issue. And then again, at the end of the day, we'd love to see, you know, a ballpark. What are we doing here? What are we saving? And so that's just kind of in future work because it's kind of ethereal. And since we're unfortunately get the bummer part of being the fiscal oversight people, I'd like to see that. So thank you.
Clark, do you want to respond about the theater?
So regarding the theater techs, you know, with the COVID, the theaters are not being used right now for productions. And so until we reopen them, the director of our theaters and custodians will be able to manage any use of the theater by our school district. But when we start doing more productions, then we would bring back the theater technicians. So it's a matter of they're not being used right now.
So that was understood, but then when we go back to an earlier question of face masks, what will our school year look like? We don't have any idea then in terms of size audiences and using performing arts centers. Sadly, by letting go of these people, we lose talent that may go elsewhere and they may not be available to come back to take that particular technician, correct?
That could be true, yes.
Right, but they would go on the rehire list, you know, per the contract. And if we would need them, and then also we can look at how we help, whether we would need all of them all at once, and they could come back as we need it, so that we can line up with what we need with the services we're providing, and that's savings.
But it's kind of understood. It's kind of a specialized, and if we can't utilize them,
right,
then we've got payroll that we could be saving. Okay, are there any other questions?
I just want to comment on that too. And I don't know exactly who the individual that's going to be left overseeing all this, but if it's who I think he is, you know, as much as we hired folks for these beautiful, gorgeous theaters, this particular person has been absolutely essential for San Clemente High School. I mean, just unbelievable what miracles he's done for that program and getting things for them. And if it's the same person I'm thinking, I hope we still have held on to
He
him?
will remain.
Okay, because he's made your thumbs up.
That's the director I was referring to.
I just want to be careful that we not talk about individuals in the
Yeah.
layoff.
Okay, so trustee Hanachek, you had pulled the item.
I'll move the item.
Okay, trustee Hanachek moves the item. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And trustee Jones, second?
This is a roll call vote. Student advisor Bhaskar.
Aye.
Trustee Castellanos.
Aye.
Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Trustee McNicholas.
Aye.
Trustee Bronstein.
Aye.
Trustee Davis. Trustee Hanachek.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Trustee Bullockis, aye.
I'm so sorry. Motion carries 7-0 on resolution number 2021-38, reduction or elimination of certain classified services with a preferential vote of aye from student advisor Bhaskar.
Okay, there being no further business before the board, other than returning to closed session for just a moment, may I have a motion to adjourn the open recess?
We can't
Oh,
adjourn.
so we can't adjourn, okay.
We're just going to recess to closed session for a minute.
We're going to recess to closed session for a moment. Okay.
She said, don't tell me I don't have to jump under not. No, we all do.
Now that trustees have returned to the boardroom, I'll ask for just a few seconds of silence while we unmute the mics for the live stream. Trustee Bullicus, the live stream is now back on. Shall I read the report from closed session?
Yes, please.
On agenda item 3E, conference with labor negotiators, trustees gave direction to staff. This concludes the closed session report.
Thank you. There being no further business before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
The motion to adjourn was trustee McNicholas and seconded by trustee Davis.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. The time is now 10:53 p.m.
Thank you.
Should we do a meeting till like 1 a.m.?
Good night.
No, thank you.
Safe drive.
Good night. No more meetings today.